Good afternoon and welcome to the August 18th closed session of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District Board of Directors if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. For assistance with virtual or phone participation during public comment, please see the teleconferencing and public participation notice posted on our website and made available to you at the back table. I now call this meeting to order on August 18th, 2026 at 4:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez is running a little late. Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us to item C, public comments on matters on the agenda only. And we will now be taking public comments in the order they are received, irrespective of the platform used, whether in person, by phone, or virtually. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good afternoon, community. I am here to make comments on the secret meetings that are being held by our city. And I feel that I don't think it's ironic. It's closer to pathetic when it comes to the public unable to make comments on issues regarding closed session, regardless of what's on the agenda. Previously, like I've mentioned over and over about the MOUs that were created supposedly, and the information was gotten from an individual outside of Moreno Valley, that in the closed session, that MOU for the Gilman Springs was developed and mentioned, and it had issues regarding spending of public funds, but yet there was no reportable action. That is illegal. It's borders on criminal as far as our city manager is concerned, possibly even our city attorney. So I ask, if you're going to be in your closed sessions and making these secret deals and giving direction to a city manager who abuses his power and comes up with this nonsense, what's in the future? What else will Highland Fairview get him to do as far as that Gilman Springs and that Rancho Balago Estates annexation, in which he wants to get the city to pay for infrastructure that's running ironically right through the WLC so he can tap into it. It's about time you guys wake up and stop giving this individual gifts of public funds. Our city's in disarray. Yet you're giving money out to a developer, a greedy developer, an unscrupulous developer, a con man, and you continue doing it over and over and over. I don't know when this will end or how it's going to end, but it's not going to be nice. So I urge you, if any of this nonsense occurs again, as far as any memorandums of understanding, any type of under the table deals that you have with Benzivi, it needs to be put out in public and it has to be reported. So I want these comments to be preserved indefinitely, and I would like them forwarded to the district attorney and to the Attorney General of California, because this is straight out corruption by the city staff, possibly by the consul. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so with that, we will go ahead and move into item D, Mr. City Attorney, What matters will the council be discussing in closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, the council will be meeting in closed session to confer with the City Attorney's Office regarding one potential initiation of litigation item, and that's going to be pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will recess into closed session. Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to our closed session here in the city of Moreno Valley. At this time, Mr. City Attorney, I'll turn it back over to you. Was there any reportable action taken in closed session today?
Yes, there was, Mr. Mayor. The city council voted 5-0 to authorize the city attorney to file a civil complaint against the owner of Lakeshore Village, his name is Bo Song, related to a multitude of municipal code violations at the Lakeshore Village Shopping Center, which is located at 23571 Sunnymead Ranch Parkway in Moreno Valley.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And with that, we will officially adjourn and conclude our closed session, and we'll give our staff just a minute or two to transition over for our special presentations. Thank you.
Elena Baca Santa Cruz, and I want to welcome you back from the summer recess. It's good to see everybody. Let's begin. Our first special presentation recognizes August 2026 as Emergency Management Awareness Month. And I have here Division Manager Diana Rocket and the Office of Emergency Management and Volunteer Services team to join me. Please welcome them. Oh, there's the applause. Emergency management is a vital part of public safety. Before, during, and after a disaster, their team works with city departments, residences, businesses, and community partners to help Moreno Valley prepare, respond, and recover. The team develops emergency plans, provides disaster training, manages the Emergency Operations Center, and coordinates citywide volunteer programs. This work protects lives, preserves critical services, and strengthens our entire community. Residents can also strengthen their readiness. This work protects lives, preserves critical services, and strengthens our entire community. Residents can also strengthen their readiness by visiting moval.org/alert. Therefore, on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the entire City Council, I proudly proclaim August 2026 as Emergency Management Awareness Month. Ms. Rocket, would you like to share a few words?
Sure. First of all, thank you to City Council, Mayor, City Council, for this recognition. It is only through the support of you, the community, and our leaders here in the city that we're able to do what we do. And the reason that we as emergency management have a voice is through that support. Allowing us to support you is what we do. So thank you for your support. I would be remiss to not recognize this team. This team is why we do what we do. They are the ones in your community. I'm often behind the scenes. They are out there, business continuity, supporting you, supporting your training, and helping you prepare. So thank you to my team. I could not do this without you. Thank you to the best fire chief ever, and of course, the amazing city leadership. Thank you to the council as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite the City Council colleagues to join us now for a photograph.
You're that way, this way, all right. Looking good, looking good, all right. All right, and 1, 2, 3. And we get one more for safety. And 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. I missed you. Thank you so much. Diana and OEM team, Thank you for your dedication and service to Moreno Valley. Please join me in giving them another well-deserved round of applause. I now invite Councilmember Delgado to the microphone for our second special presentation recognizing the classified employee and deputy of the second quarter.
Thank you, Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz. And I'd be remiss if Miss Grace walked in and everybody was clapping and it was just at the end of their presentation. So I think you thought you were getting a huge round of applause as you walked in, but that was good. But thank you for coming. There you go. Oh, you guys stop. All right, well, our second presentation honors two members of the Moreno Valley Sheriff Station whose work reflects the strength, initiative, and service. I invite Asiel Gilbertson, our classified employee of the second quarter, and Deputy Matthew Salazar, our deputy of the second quarter, to join me, please. And while they're coming up, I'd like to invite Chief Mack as well, our police chief. Asiel Gilbertson earned this recognition through her outstanding service to the Sheriff's Station Records Unit. During the quarter, she trained new employees and helped strengthen station procedures. Her patience, knowledge, and steady leadership prepared staff to succeed and improved the unit's overall effectiveness. She also took the initiative to learn how to process all district attorney arrest reports, expanding her ability to support the station and its mission. Asiel, your professionalism, work ethic, and commitment to your team set a clear standard. Congratulations on being named Classified Employee of the second quarter for the Moreno Valley Sheriff Station. And on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the City Council, we present a certificate of recognition for your outstanding service. Awesome. Hold that up, there's pictures. Congratulations. And now for the deputy of the second quarter, Deputy Matthew Salazar, earned this recognition through proactive police work and a strong commitment to the safety of Moreno Valley. During the quarter, he handled 274 calls for service and made 26 felony arrests, most of which resulted from his own initiative. During his work, helped solve a violent robbery and recover critical evidence. During a traffic stop, he recognized a suspect connected to multiple residential burglaries and traffic thefts. Working alongside fellow deputies, he also supported enforcement operations that resulted in 41 arrests and the seizure of illegal narcotics. His continued efforts led to the arrest of narcotic traffickers and the identification of 2 juvenile victims of human trafficking. Deputy Salazar, your initiative, sound police work, and focus on results have made our community a lot safer. Congratulations on being named Deputy of the second quarter. On behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the City Council, we present a certificate of recognition for your outstanding service, and let's give both of them a large round of applause. Great job, you guys. And I'd like to invite Chief Mack, if you'd like to say a couple words about your folks.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgado. I'd like to start with Deputy Salazar. Since you've been at the station, you have absolutely hit the ground running and done such an amazing job. I'm very pleased to get to introduce you to the city and let the city know that this is the person that is out there day and night, weekends, holidays, protecting and serving you. And he does it with professionalism and integrity and so much motivation that he is an absolute asset to not just the station, but to the entire city. So thank you very much for everything you do and everything you've done. And I really look forward to seeing exactly what you're capable of because you're off to an amazing start. Thank you so much. And here, and our tradition, engraved handcuffs. Here you are, sir. And Asiel, I think that you can just tell by looking at her. She'll pop a smile. It's coming. She is just an absolute amazing person. She is an absolute joy to be around. And I can tell you the front office in the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station gets a tremendous amount of paperwork, foot traffic, so much goes through. They have to deal with us deputies. There's a lot to do up there, and she does it with a smile. She does it with such grace and efficiency that she's absolutely amazing, and the entire team that she works with. So thank you so much for what you contribute, not just to the station, but again, to the entire city of Moreno Valley. So I appreciate you very much. And I told you that I forgot this, but I did not. And that is the front office tradition. We have musical instruments. Thank you very much.
That was awesome. Well, thank you, Chief Mack, for that. Asiel, Deputy Salazar, and Chief Mack, you can return to your seats with a big round of applause from our audience. Oh, photos. Photos. We're going to do photos.
I now invite my colleagues to come up and take a photo. We're going to take one, and then we're going to bring you up. Chief.
Perfect. All right. Good. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Get one more for safety. And 1, 2, 3.
Don't go anywhere.
Go 1, 2, 3.
Very nice.
Right here. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Get one more. She was faking. In the face. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Congratulations. I'll send it to Matt.
One more right here. All right, and 1, 2, 3. We got one more for safety. And 1, 2, 3. One. Congrats, guys.
And now for our third presentation, I'd like to invite Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez up to the podium, the microphone. There you go, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgado. And it's great to be back on these beautiful council chambers that have been newly minted and renovated, and happy to see everyone again. So, on to the third special presentation. We recognize an extraordinary act of courage by Battalion Chief Michael Martinez. Chief Martinez, please come forward and join me. And I also invite Fire Chief Jesse Park to stand with us for this special and very important recognition. Please help me welcome them with an applause. On September 10th, 2024, Chief Martinez faced a defining moment during the Orange County Airport fire. Under extreme and rapidly changing conditions, he saw a woman trapped in the path of advancing fire. What followed was an act of courage that saved her life, and earned Chief Martinez the state of California's highest public safety honor, the Gold Medal of Valor. Please join me in watching this following video that tells the story.
Firefighters battling the airport fire.
Airport fire is as a battle the airport fire.
As the airport fire tore through El Carrizo Village.
So we went up in the area and started making sure that all the evacuation warnings were correct, evacuation orders were in place, and started pre-planning the area. We established points where the fire made a certain run to a certain location. That's when we were going to expand our evacuation warnings. And during the day, not much activity was really going on. Up until about noon, we started noticing the fire was making some hard runs over towards what I'll call the northeast northeast, if you will. Eventually made it hit our point, and we were all out on Ortega Highway pre-planning what the next course of action was going to be. And highway, we're just going house to house to make sure that everyone was out. The fire eventually came off the hill from Los Pinos camp and spotted across really fast. And once it spotted across, it got in alignment with the highway and started making a hard run to the northeast. And you had probably about 100 to 200 foot flame lengths on both sides of the highway. I happened to stop at Station 51 where the crews were engaged protecting Station 51. And I just happened to look out my passenger side window because I was parked horizontally on Ortega Highway, and I saw a person literally walking down Ortega Highway with flames on both sides of the highway, well over 100 to 200 feet. And I just couldn't believe my eyes. I ended up just instinct. I just drove my car right down there, got her into my car, and drove her out, and then took her down to the bottom of Ortega Highway for treatment.
That is courage. Chief Martinez saw a life in danger and acted. His bravery saved Ms. Hunter's life. Chief Park, now I invite you to share a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I've known Mike for 20 plus years, and he's always put service above self. He's a firefighter's firefighter. No matter where he's worked, and we've worked all over this county together, he's always come back to Moreno Valley. He loves Moreno Valley, he loves being able to help, and he knows by being here, he can really make a difference. I know he wasn't seeking recognition, and that's why I'm speaking on his behalf. He didn't do what he did because of recognition, he just saw and acted. And that's why it is important for us to recognize that. And we're just so proud of Mike. We're so proud to have him here as our battalion chief, and are honored to be able to congratulate him tonight. Thank you.
Chief Martinez, your actions reflect the highest standard of fire service. On behalf of the City of Moreno Valley, the entire City Council, we proudly present this commendation in recognition of your courage, decisive action, and commitment to protecting others. I also invite City Council colleagues to join us for a photograph.
All right, and 1, 2, 3. Get one more for safety. And 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
I was going to say that you said you were
Chief Martinez, Moreno Valley proudly salutes you. Thank you for your service and for the example you have set. Please join me again in giving Chief Martinez another well-deserved round of applause. I now invite the Mayor Cabrera to the microphone for our final special presentation.
Good evening, muy buenas tardes, everyone. Welcome, and thank you once again for joining us for our special presentations here today for our fourth and final special presentation of this afternoon. It is a special one. It's a lot of history that's wrapped into this one, and just so many things that we can say, but I want to take a moment here to show some gratitude, some appreciation, recognition for some of our local leaders who lead us here on the military base and far beyond the boundaries of the base itself as well. And so to get right into it, our final special presentation honors Brigadier General Brian M. Bailey as he prepares to conclude his command at our very own March Air Reserve Base and begins his next assignment. At this time, General Bailey, if you could please join me here at the microphone, if we could give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. General Bailey assumed command of the 452nd Air Mobility Wing in March 2024. Since then, he has led more than 4,000 personnel at the largest wing in the Air Force. March Air Reserve Base is more than a military installation. It is part of the history, strength, and identity of our region. The leaders who command it carry a responsibility that extends far beyond its gates. General Bailey now moves forward to his next mission. The United States Senate confirmed his promotion to Brigadier General, and he will soon begin his new assignment with the U.S. Special Operations Command in Florida. General Bailey, we are very proud to see a leader from March advance to serve our nation at this level. Your promotion is more than well earned, and Moreno Valley is honored to recognize this important moment in your career. On behalf of the City of Moreno Valley and the entire City Council, all of our staff, and all of our residents, we proudly present this certificate of recognition here to my left in honor of your leadership at March Air Reserve Base, your promotion to Brigadier General, and your continued service to our nation. And before I hand the certificate over to you, would you like to share a few words?
Since you make me, Mayor. Thank you very much, sir. It's always intimidating to follow Mayor Cabrera because he's such a wonderful speaker. I've had the misfortune of following him speaking several times. Thank you, sir, for those kind words. Thank you to the council, and thank you to everyone here tonight. It is humbling that the city would take time out of their very busy schedule to recognize not just me, but all of the men and women who serve at March Air Reserve Base. So on behalf of those 4,000 airmen and guardsmen, the soldiers, sailors, and Marines, the 100,000 people that we deploy and employ through this base every year, it is my honor to be here tonight to thank you for your support. Because without a community like this, March Air Reserve Base doesn't continue to exist. Remember that it's not the base it once was, but it is 108 years old, and we are building construction right now on KC-46, an airplane, a weapons system that is critical to the next digital fight that we are employing right now all over the world. And though we're a 100-year-old base, the acquisition of that airplane brought on by community leaders like yourselves guarantees that March Air Reserve Base will continue to be a national power projection platform for another century. So on behalf of all that, thank you. Yeah, give it up for March. It's my base. But on behalf of the men and women who serve there, and what is special about March Air Reserve Base, I've been at 10 different bases. This is my 10th stop. There are more. Thank you, Mayor, for coming to that. But this is special because of this community. But what is special is March is a reserve base. So the men and women who serve there live in our community. Just like I did for the 2.5 years that I was here, I lived in Moreno Valley. That is different than an active duty base where those members come and go. Most of our airmen live right here in our community and in your communities around. So we thank you for the support that you give them, not just on the base, but every day through the projects that you do. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the council. I am humbled by this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. And as my colleagues join us here for a group picture on behalf of the City of Moreno Valley, a small token of appreciation to recognize your time here at the March Air Reserve Base, and we wish you much success in your next mission. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Till we meet again. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
Up here?
Up here.
Yes, sir. Where do I stand?
You're right. Nice job, Michelle. Everybody just hold it right here. All right, if I can get a little bit of that, or actually Mayor, yeah, right there. Yeah, he's tall, so. Okay. If I can just put you in, and actually just a little bit, actually no, yeah, you come in, then you, there we go. All right, perfect. All right, and 1, 2, 3. And one more for safety. And 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
1, 2, 3.
Well, thank you once again, General Brigadier General. We got to make sure we get the title right now. Officially, Brigadier General Bailey. Thank you once again for your service to March Air Reserve Base and our entire community. We wish you much success as you head into your next mission. And let's give Brigadier General Bailey one more big round of applause, please. And that does bring us to the conclusion of our special presentations for today. Thank you once again for joining us here this afternoon, and we'll be back for our regular council meeting in about 3 minutes. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to our joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. Since Senate Bill 707 became effective on July 1st, 2026, we are pleased to offer expanded public access to our meetings. This means the public may participate in person, by phone, or virtually. And just a note, this is the first meeting that we are implementing the requirements of SB 707. And so just ask if there are any, minor technical difficulties or anything that you just kind of bear with us for a moment. It's the first time we're implementing this new virtual system where folks can Zoom in and call in as well. But we will get through it and we'll make sure that we make it as smooth as possible. So thank you for just bearing with us through those. A friendly reminder that the City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. For assistance with virtual or phone participation during public comment, please see the teleconferencing and public participation notice that's posted on our city website and is made available to the public at the back table here in the council chamber. Now I officially call this council meeting to order at 6:03 p.m. on August 18th, 2026. Would any of my colleagues like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today? Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the pledge. Please remain standing after that for the invocation given today by Pastor Ace Wallace from Agape Fellowship Ministry.
Please join me by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Pastor. Welcome.
Good evening. I just want to say good evening to the city council members, to everyone joining us tonight. First, giving honor to God, I also would like to thank you for the opportunity to open this city council meeting with prayer. I would ask that you just join me right now in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for gathering us here today for this city council meeting. I pray this meeting will be productive and that there will be unity, not just in the meeting, but in Moreno Valley, in California, in the United States of America, and across the world. We also pray that you perfect everything that concerns Moreno Valley, and also bless and protect the mayor, city council members, and all essential workers, the police department, fire department, healthcare personnel, and all citizens of Moreno Valley. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Ace Wallace from Agape Fellowship Ministry. Thank you for joining us and leading us in the invocation. Next, item D is our land acknowledgement. And at this time, we wish to acknowledge that we are on the unceded lands of the Cahuilla and Poyacahuicham, or Luiseño, who as original inhabitants and now as sovereign tribal nations have continued to live and thrive upon these lands since time immemorial. Next, item E, roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is F, motions to excuse. We are all present, so we will go ahead and move into item G, staff introductions, please.
Ari Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Paul Bradvica, Management Analyst.
Sonia Gomez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lana Jimenez, Assistant City Manager, Administration.
Felicia London, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager, Development.
Angelica Fraustilipo, Community Development Director.
Natalie Potter, Human Resources Director.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Kyle Wersinski, Economic Development Director.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
Thank you very much, team. It's always a pleasure to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. And we will now move into item H, approval of order of agenda. And before we begin consideration of the joint consent calendar and approve the order of agenda, I would like to announce that joint consent calendar item J8, was a request for travel, has been withdrawn from tonight's agenda and will not be considered this evening. No action will be taken on this item at tonight's meeting. And at this time, I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions, any requests regarding the order of the agenda. If not, we could take a motion and a second.
So moved.
Oh, I'd like to pull J9 for separate discussion and vote.
Item J9 for separate discussion and vote. Okay. And there is a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Oh, the full agenda. We're still-
Well, yeah, I guess we can get to J9 when we get to the consent calendar. I've made a note of that.
Let me pass it down.
Are there any other requests other than J9? Okay, so there's a motion to approve the order of the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will now move into item I, public comments on matters that are not on the agenda. A friendly reminder that the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code at the speaker sign-up table here by the double doors. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk know that you need to borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar este servicio, avísele a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I'd like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments that are on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Public comments on items not on today's agenda will be taken in the order they are received, irrespective of the platform used, whether in person, by phone, or virtually. At this time, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to comment on items not on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have three. The first three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Fred Benuelos, followed by Jacob Mason.
Good evening.
Terms capitulation. And why that? Because we're in the election season, and some people call it the silly season, and I call it the season of corruption. And it has a lot to do with, mainly in our community, with Highland Fairview interfering in the elections. He's always done it. He has always intimidated candidates. He manages to get the staff to put his nonsense projects so the city can pay for them when he's entitled and supposed to be paying for them. Yet I don't see how the city continuously puts on his nonsense. And I don't know, but I see it as corruption. They may see it as doing something good for the city, but it's not good for the city. The taxpayer dollars are going down the drain with anything to do with Highland Fairview. He funds PACs, he funds different organizations to run dirty campaigns against elected officials or candidates, and he will do it again. And I hope, again, I can't even say it at this point, but the famous word, do not give in. it means the act of giving up, surrendering, stopping all resistance to an opponent. And that's what you're going to do when he begins to bring in his threats of running a campaign against an incumbent or a different candidate for office. So please don't give in, and anything, projects, anything to do with Highland Fairview at this point should be tabled until after the election. He's done it before. He did it 2 years ago where that Acapella was slipped in at the last minute in November, or was it October, right before the election. And it passed, and that was, he interfered in that election. I'm not talking bad about our police, our wonderful police officers, but the Riverside Sheriff's Association gets funding from Highland Fairview. They don't need to report it. You have Mary Ressa in there. She's a minion for Highland Fairview, and you continue turning the blind eye on that nonsense. So please don't give in to anything or approve anything to do with Highland Fairview until after the election. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Fred Banuelos, followed by Jacob Mason, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. The room looks great. It's kind of different with the video because it seems darker in here, so maybe something's going on with the lights, but those are my two comments. I want to thank the city for making some announcements on the signs about bike lanes. I love it. And then I think we were supposed to get maybe some lighted billboards here. We talked about in the past, and I'm still waiting to see if that happens. I love those lighted billboards. I want to see that happen in our city. I recently went to the animal shelter. I went and took a tour of it, met some nice people. I apologize because they had to deal with me a little bit. They didn't know I was coming, but it was a great visit. I learned a lot of things there. I might even want to volunteer there. I'm going to check to see about volunteering there and walking the dogs. One of the things that I learned that for the public, and I think there's just an announcement today, it's for people to inspect their gates and outdoor enclosures and make sure that they're secure so your animals don't get out. Let's see what we got here, you guys. Well, let's talk about the metal detectors, guys. They're great, but when I came in, there's not a good guy with a gun to stop any threats. So what's the point of having a metal detector when you get a threat and there's not a good guy to take care of that threat? You got deputies in here. You had deputies earlier, a whole bunch. That's the only time that I really feel safe. But when I walked in here earlier, if I was a bad guy with a gun, there's nobody to take me out. So if you're going to have this pilot program, you're going to try to do this throughout the whole city. Every metal detector where you're having that better have a good guy with a firearm. That's my opinion. I'm trying to figure out where to look at now. This is all different, but this room looks great. It looks a lot bigger. It's beautiful. I didn't want it at first, but it looks great. And the only thing that I'm seeing is on camera. It looks darker in here. I'll have to get used to that. I can't see my beautiful face or whatever. I'm just kidding. All right, you guys. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jacob Mason, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Brandon Carn.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jacob, and I'm here today to respectfully ask the City Council to terminate Moreno Valley's contracts with Flock. I want to begin by explaining my background and perspective. I am a lifelong resident of Moreno Valley who recently enrolled at UC Davis with the goal of becoming a prosecutor. As the child of a police dispatcher and someone pursuing a future in the criminal justice system, I have a deep respect for law enforcement and understand the importance of providing officers with effective tools to protect our community. With that being said, I would like to explain a bit about Flock. Flock markets itself as a public safety tool that helps police recover stolen vehicles and solve crimes by recording vehicles passing by and storing this information in a massive database. However, this raises serious civil liberty concerns. This transforms every grocery run, every work commute, or any other form of driving into a digital footprint stored in Flock's databases. On top of this, security experts have exposed vulnerabilities in Flock's Condor cameras and have demonstrated that exposed footage could be used with open source investigation tools to identify specific people. According to the Washington Post, at least 50 officers have been charged with or accused of misusing license plate readers, with Flock being involved in 46 of those cases. When technology like this is built, it can be misused, and the documented security vulnerabilities and cases of misuse demonstrate why we should take those risks seriously. As of now, $2.2 million in documented purchase orders have been identified in relation to flock cameras, repairs, and software services. This is $2.2 million on a surveillance system individuals can't opt out of. This is $2.2 million for a system that directly attacks the civil liberties of the constituents you represent. However, I want to be clear. This is a contract that you as a council have inherited. This was a decision made by a previous council, and it is now your responsibility to reconsider that decision in light of what we know today. I want to speak directly to you, Mr. Cabrera. You are the only council member who was a part of the formal council's vote to contract with Flock. Afterwards, you worked with Flock Safety and have since alleged they tried to use your position as mayor to benefit their company in an ongoing lawsuit. If the claims you have alleged are true, you are uniquely positioned to understand why Moreno Valley should reconsider this program. These concerns are not unique to Moreno Valley. Some communities in California have already made their decisions on continued contracts with Flock. Santa Cruz and Mountain View have terminated their Flock contracts, and Oxnard Police suspended its Flock cameras after discovering that a Flock system feature had allowed out-of-state and federal agencies to search Oxnard's data, despite California law restricting the sharing of ALPR data with those agencies. I urge this council to begin the process of terminating Moreno Valley's contracts with Flock and to take every necessary step to end the surveillance in our city as soon as possible. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Brandon Carn, followed by Shebra Mitchell.
Hello and good evening, council, city staff, audience members. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I reside in District 2. It's been about 3 months since the last regular meeting for this council, and I just want to congratulate you on this new chamber. Looks great. I also want to mention that the reason that I take the time and energy out of my own day to research any sort of proposal that comes before you or the commissioners, it's because of my own want for this city to be the best it could be. I've lived here for about 20 years. My family has had roots in the city for about 40, and I want to see it be the best city it can be, especially considering that there's a population of over 200,000 people, second biggest city in Riverside County. I think we should be doing more than other cities. In the past, I've heard the mayor and other city council members advocate for more medical industry here, right? Bringing more hospitals, things like that here. And I'm completely in favor of that. We do have 2 hospitals here for humans, Kaiser and the community hospital. We have Moreno Valley College, which has a great renowned nurses program. And we're not too far away from UCR, my old school, where they train doctors and nurses there as well. I hope to see that we bring all these elements together in some way. I know that there is a proposal to bring a medical hub here. One aspect that I think we should start considering is the veterinary sciences, and I want to advocate for more of that here in our city because unfortunately last week I did lose a family member, my dog of 18 years. He's pretty much been here the entire time that I've been here as well. And it was heartbreaking for me and my family. And I went to 4 locations, four vets in the city, 2 on Sunnymead, I think 2 here on Alessandro. And it was in the early morning of Monday, early hours. Practically none of those locations were open. There was one open, but the nurse there said that there was no doctors available, and by law, she cannot touch the dog. She recommended me going to Van Buren, and with a city of this population, I don't think I'm the only one with this concern. What happens if your pet passes away before the vet opens? We should be paying more attention in this regard. So thank you so much. I hope to see a difference positively in this city. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Brandon Carn, followed by Shebra Mitchell, followed by Tatiana Flores. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Well, I'm here to remind you that Amelia Earhart is still missing. Now, you might be questioning, what in the world am I talking about? Well, Amelia Earhart was once active in the Valley of Moreno Valley in the 1930s, but I'm talking specifically about my utility box wrap that was approved by the City Council last November, which should have been installed with the others in front of the main gate of the base months ago. Now, what happened with that? Steve Quintanilla, back in January in the city attorney's office, sent me an email saying that I violated a disparagement provision in the art maintenance agreement, which is section FF. If you've never read it, you should, especially if you have any art project with the city. Citing the language in it is so broad that any criticism of the city on any topic in any form, I could say the grass is dead at the park. I could say the city doesn't have enough police. I could say don't reelect the mayor. That could be considered disparagement under this provision, which is unconstitutional, and it violates the First Amendment. It blatantly violates the First Amendment. I have sent the council and the staff in an email multiple times a legal opinion from the First Amendment Coalition, which is based in the Bay Area, and their director, citing case law from 1996 and the Supreme Court precedent where independent contractors cannot have their speech rights and public resources rescinded because of criticism of the city. What happens with this contract? They will terminate it. They will take the box wrap down. They will not give you the money that you're owed. If you're one of those people that has a sculpture that's $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 or more, or a mural, the city can come after you, and the city attorney's office can come after you for that money under this document. It is blatantly unconstitutional, and it needs to be changed. Miss Elena Baca Santa Cruz has been very helpful with this item. Me and her have been talking about it since at least March. But where is the rest of the city council? What has the staff been doing about this the whole time? Were they just kicking this around kicking the can down the road over the summer, hoping I would forget about it and move on? Where's the Arts Commission? I haven't seen them talk about it, but they keep approving new utility box applications. So does the city council, and particularly the city attorney's office. Who in their right mind approved this document, which was clearly unconstitutional 3 years ago and should never have been acted? I agree with Chris Baca. I really think you need to get rid of Steve Quintanilla and his law firm. I really think you need a new city manager and a few other staff members because they're the brainchild behind this policy, which is legally unenforceable. I'm not going away on this. I will be at every council meeting virtually or by phone to remind you about it because this is something that needs to be resolved because this city is very deserving and ripe to be sued over this topic. It has been months and months and months. There has been a little bit of discussion about it between the staff, but when is it finally going to get resolved? You know, this art program has been an absolute disaster. This immersive museum that you have going into the mall, I believe.
The next three speakers are Shebra Mitchell, followed by Tatiana Flores, followed by Julie Pedroza.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Oh, hi.
You can move it if you like. If you need to, you can move it some more.
I'm little.
There you go. You're good. We can hear you there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shebra Mitchell, and I live here in Moreno Valley. I was born and raised in L.A. And this evening, I would just like to bring to the forefront about helmets and e-bikes. As I was looking at, listening and watching the news about 2 or 3 weeks ago, a young man in L.A., him and his girlfriend was on the e-bike, whatever. Look, I don't know, the scooter, the e-bike, motorcycle. They was on one of those e-bike things, and he got hit. She was okay, but he wasn't. And so what I've been seeing is that, and my concerns really is for the kids that I see. They going to school and they're riding their e-bikes, but how many of them have helmets? Because the same law still works for the guys and the men and women who drive motorcycles. You know, these kids are younger than 18 years old, and the parents, I don't know if they're going to be, you know, responsible for what happens. You know, and everybody have accidents. We got that. You know what I'm saying? But also these kids can be more safe if they were to implement more helmets to be implied in these kids' life, to where the parents need to be responsible to make sure their kids have helmets. Well, we know kids are going to be kids. and what have you. You know, they want to be cool and all that, but I think it's more responsible for the parents to really be, you know, responsible for these kids. My concerns are kids. It's the babies and what have you. So that was my concern for this evening. And thank you. It's my first time here.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to take a second, since it's your first time, thank you for joining us. And we'll make sure that staff speaks with you directly. We, during public comment, don't respond in the moment, but after we'll definitely follow up and make sure that those answers reach you. So thank you for joining us. Welcome.
The next three speakers are Tatiana Flores, followed by Julie Pedrosa, followed by Nikita Wilson.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tatiana Flores. I'm a resident in District 4. It's been a while, so I just want to say I have an event that's coming up this Saturday, the 22nd at 10:30 a.m. in Mead Valley. It's going to be a community learning session where, you know, AQMD will be present to be talking about future air monitoring that will be happening due to AB 90A and SB 415. So I just wanted to take my few minutes to share that with the council, but also with anybody who's interested in the audience. It'll be a good opportunity to hear about their future plans with that air monitoring, and an opportunity for, you know, community members to actually say what they would like to see from this program, or like ask any questions. Like, I know a lot of people don't actually know what AQMD even is, so it's a good opportunity to learn about what they do every day at their jobs. Elizabeth Vallejo from Paris City Council will also be there sharing her journey of, you know, actually running for local office and like why she decided to run in the first place and how to be more involved in your community. So if people are interested in that as well, she'll also be present. It's also just a good opportunity to network with other community organizations, other residents. So I just wanted to put that out there. It'll be in Mead Valley, and yeah, looking forward to seeing some of you there. Thanks.
The next three speakers are Julie Pedrosa, followed by Nikita Wilson, followed by Nevea.
Good evening. Julianne from Building Up Lives Foundation. Just wanted to do a little update. Thank you, Mayor and staff, for coming to our ribbon cutting at Shop for a Cause. We have what we call Dig Bin, that's on Hemlock. We've been there like 6 years. And the one on Paris, that's Shop for a Cause. These are affordability stores is what they are. So we don't go in it looking for a profit. We go in it looking to be able to help the community. How can we do this? At the same time, we have rent and bills that we have to cover. But so what I mean by affordability is the clothing like at Dig Bin is $1 and $2. So families can come out. We get a lot of families, like for the fires, there was a lot of families that was displaced. They came and got furniture, clothing, hygiene, and emergency supplies from us. There was a lot of them that were actually from Riverside. A couple apartments burnt down. And so that's open on Sunday, 23185 Hemlock. That's open to the public from 12 o'clock to 6. Throughout the rest of the week, it's open to anyone that serves the community. So if you're a nonprofit or if you serve the community, sometimes we have couples or single people out there that just want to do the greater good, and they spend their own money. Don't spend your own money. Come to us. We'll give you the clothing to be able to hand out. We do have some things. We do not give tents, and we do not give sleeping bags to anyone homeless or anything to do with fire, candles, or any of that, for obvious reasons. If you feel like giving them a tent, let's work on getting them off the streets. That's our goal, right? As far as in Shop for Cause, it's 90% new. The other one is 90% used. And we do have people come in. I've had quite a few families, women with children that are homeless living in their car. They come in, get hygiene usually from that place or work clothes. And it's free. And so wanted to put that out there. We also have a tribal and cultural group and a healthies group that were formed, and we're looking for a location to be able to launch that further out. We want to be able to grab the community in a whole. And there's a lot, we have 2 board members that are tribals. They're mixed with all kinds of culture, actually. And for us, I really enjoy the art. And I learn so much when I learn different cultures. And that really is Moreno Valley. We are all mixed in here. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So I'm excited to see that group come together. And our healthy groups, we give out food 3 days a week, Sprouts and Trader Joe's, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Anyone that needs help, 951-550-5466. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Nikita Wilson, followed by Nevaeh, followed by Russell Schaefer.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back. It was a nice recess, but a lot of people were still working because I've seen a lot of these faces at community events. So again, welcome back. I just want to talk about, as we move into the remaining months of this year, I hope that one thing we can do as a city, as a community, as the city hall, is make priority measured outcomes. We hear a lot about what was promised, what was approved, what is coming, and I've been obsessed with it. I am excited about Burlington. Can't wait for 5 and Below. I seen them put the new town gate or something, whatever it's called, but it's over there and it looks really nice. And even when we come into the city hall right here and it has the new island and it's going to say, I'm just excited about all the new things that's coming to Moreno Valley. And so what I did months ago is created 2 things. One thing is called the Civic Measuring Stick. And I don't want to say I'm grading folks, but I kind of go by this measuring stick, and it talks about what was promised, what the vote was, what was the action, what was the movement, and what was most importantly, the resident impact. And so I just look forward to seeing all of that, especially resident impact, like what is happening for our community. One of my mottos is, don't believe what a politician says, believe what a politician does. And I think that I use that in every area of my life. Actions speak louder than words. And so, yeah, I just want to see all the beautiful things that's coming to Moreno Valley. I also created something, and I'm going to do a little, what they call them, a little drop on myself real quick. It's called Snap and Check. It's not an app, but it's something that you can snap in your phone and check the city developments. And it is accurate, and I'm going to be sharing that on my Instagram. What it does is it checks out what was promised, what was approved, what is happening. And not only does it do that, it tells you if it is stalled, it tells you if it's active. And so it's really something really cool. And so you can check that out. More information will be on my Instagram. That's at stop422.6a. That's my community advocacy page where you'll see all my measuring stick ideals and my snap and check. Again, welcome back. And thank you all city staff for all y'all hard work during this time. You all were just so helpful. Thank you. Have a good one.
Next 3 speakers are Nevaeh, followed by Russell Schaefer, followed by Franco Pacheco.
Okay. Hi, I'm here to bring our focus back to flock cameras that are popping up all over the city, and I have a few questions. Why do we still have a $2.8 million contract with a company that the mayor is suing? We all know he was employed by Flock for a few months while he was mayor of Moreno Valley, which is a conflict of interest, but why do we still have an ongoing contract with a company that the mayor knows is shady? Cabrera, while working as a community engagement manager for Flock, noticed that 18 cameras were being installed by the company in Carmel by the Sea, but only about 6 were being reported. So even after these discrepancies were noted and reported by him, why would he continue to let AI surveillance cameras infiltrate our town? This isn't the only discrepancy the company has done, but just last month we found out that Flock was reinstalling and moving around cameras in our town and neighboring Riverside County communities and not informing or invoicing our RCSD until after the fact these cameras were replaced or moved. This makes space for so much much error and improper unauthorized spending of our tax dollars. If an employee looking over these invoices doesn't check for authorization first and approves the invoice, we get billed hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars for a repair or a reinstallment that RCSD didn't even request. Flock is a for-profit company, not one that is concerned for safety of the people it watches. That brings me to my next question. How many more cameras do we need in our streets to call our community safe? These cameras are not tangible evidence that we as citizens are protected from anything, especially with how many safeguard procedures Flock messes up on. Mass surveillance will not save us. Mass surveillance will not make people want to live here any longer, and mass surveillance will not attract life to your city. Community attracts life to a city. For example, in Baltimore, Maryland, the mayor decided to listen to concerns of citizens and put together tangible solutions to reduce crime rates, and it actually worked, and it's sustainable. They implemented city-employed group violence reduction strategy. They expanded community outreach programs, improved police clearance rates. They have Safe Streets Baltimore, which employs community members to be mediators in conflicts, lowering the risk of shootings and homicides, and many other programs that are funded and employed by the city. There are ways to reduce crime rates if we address the actual issues instead of taking expensive shortcuts and favoring mass surveillance. Also, I wanted to mention, why is there a Flock camera in a homeowner's decorative rocks in their front yard on Eucalyptus and Indian? The homeowners were not even informed that this camera would be installed. They just came home and it was there. That's weird. That's really weird, and I think they deserve some explanation on that. So thank you.
Next three speakers are Russell Schaefer, followed by Franco Pacheco, followed by Bob Palomares.
Hello. Well, first impressions, I guess, are always supposed to be the best, but this impression wasn't bad. When I came in, it was over-exaggeration. Didn't even check my pockets or nothing, just walked through. I mean, I understand everybody needs a job here, but this is just a waste of time. It looks like a freaking courtroom in here. Really don't like it at all, what you guys did to it at all. What next, are you guys going to put some bulletproof vests up there and some see-through windows or something so you guys don't get shot up? I mean, come on, this is over-exaggerating. Flock cameras, I believe it's a violation of the residents of Moreno Valley, their privacy. And I believe that has to do with the guy in the middle right there, some of it. Campaign season's here. I'm happy to see different faces up there that are trying to run for these positions because we need change up there, and the one in the middle desperately needs changed, and that's Ulysses Useless Cabrera. And I just want to say it's campaign season. Everybody's spending a lot of money on their campaign signs, so with these so-called Flock cameras, which you got up here, hopefully they can look at them, but I doubt it. I just feel like all the residents in here are under a microscope. And that's not good for Moreno Valley. What's that telling everybody else in Paris and all around about Moreno Valley? They probably don't even want to come here, spend their money out here. So it something has to do with Cabrera, I know it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Franco Pacheco, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Michelle Irving. Go ahead, Franco.
Hi, everybody. My name's Franco Pacheco, and I just want to, thank all the speakers who are always here, like calling out the council because they really need to hear all that stuff. I also want to say, terminate Flock, ban future warehousing, and ban AI data centers before they start coming to our area. This is all going to affect everybody in a very negative way. Thank you for your time.
The next two speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Michelle Irving.
Good evening. As always, I always like to salute our first responders. Let me tell you something about the Flock camera system. It's the same thing they have in China. First, they gather all the information over years. Then they put the laws in, and then they come knocking on your doors. Because everything that you do, they watch, the law's already in effect, and they know who you are. That's the way it goes. But what I'm really here to talk about is, it's already been like 3 months, and there was that conversation, and they were giving some money to a nonprofit, and the council was going back and forth with the metrics. They still awarded them the money, but there was no metrics. It's been 3 months, and I think the people are entitled to know where are the metrics, because it's our money. I've heard council members say, you know, it's your money. We got to do the best we can with it, and I would appreciate if the next council meeting you would bring it forward and say, okay, this is it. Another thing, when they get awarded the tow truck companies the contracts, Pepes Towing was very dishonest. You know, they're being sued for $15 million. And if you Google the city of Riverside versus Pepes Towing, it has a laundry list of all the violations, forgery, everything. They did it all. They did it all. And you know, it's terrible that it wasn't vetted the way it should have been. You know, I heard the city manager say that they looked at all 5 companies, and what Pepes did was no concern at all. No concern at all. You know, and that's no good. At the Planning Commission, Mr. DeJournay had mentioned about, hey, we got to be careful with tow truck companies because, you know, they got a bad reputation. And our city attorney said, not in Moreno Valley. Well, from what I know about Pepes Tow Company, I would have told him, you know what? You're off the list until you settle your case. But here we are, you know, giving them just, you're doing a bad job. Let me put it that way. Going with the metrics and then with the tow truck companies. And you know, you're getting paid good money. Take care of the people. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Michelle Irving, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Bleckard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Irving. You know, Mayor, I know normally I'm in here to talk about my nonprofit organization in which I was helping the youth and we done the ribbon cutting. But unfortunately, I'm here today to talk about my rights being violated. I called the 911 dispatchers, help me, Lord. I called the 911 dispatchers for medical attention because my chest was hurting. The operator, the dispatcher, asked me everything she needed to ask me, and I answered it. I then was laying there, 30 minutes had passed by. I told my husband, I'm gonna just go to ER, only to be confronted with bangs and knocks on my door screaming, it's the sheriff, the sheriff. I'm trying to figure out what in the world could they have totally gotten wrong. I then, to my husband, not to mention, just got out of the hospital from his foot being amputated, and they ordered him to come out of the house. They ordered me to come, so let me back up. So I go to get up to go to let them in. They entered into my garage because I could keep my garage door open for my dog, and they bombarded my house with AR-15s. When I came into my living room, they were standing 15, it's all on my Ring camera, and I'm confused about how in the world did this happen. I asked this, there a sergeant, as they stormed through my house, my backyard, and totally disrespected and disregarded me being a homeowner, them stepping on private property, and never once told me what they were entering into my home for. until they held the paramedics up for another 30 minutes, and then they let them come in. I'm steady asking what is going on with no questions answered. After the paramedics came and they did the search, so I asked them and ordered them to let my husband come back in because he had just gotten out the hospital. And after trying to figure out what's going on, and I asked, is there a sergeant? He said, yes, I'm here. I said, can you please tell your officers to get out of my house? Only to discover there was no search warrant. There were no police reports. I went filing a complaint. I'm trying to do everything, and I want answers. I want transparency. I want to know, why did they enter into my home, and why did they violate me the way that they did? And when I went to the hospital and ER, after dealing with anxiety because I thought about all the other women of color that was murdered for calling for help, I went into an anxiety.
Thank you, Ms. Irving. That's a very difficult situation there, and I don't mean to cut you off. Just everyone gets the 3 minutes there, but we'll make sure to follow up with you directly, and I'll reach out to you personally as well. So thank you. Thank you, and we'll follow up with you directly as well. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Bleckert, followed by Joanne Stefan.
Wow, $500,000. Oh, wow. I think we could have got it for less than that, but oh, wow, it is what it is. The mayor don't answer a phone. Good luck, Michelle. Good luck. He's out there lobbying for the votes, but he doesn't take care of his people in the community. He got his chosen few he takes care of, that they come and lobby him for $1, and, he takes care of them. We'll get that, we'll get this going, we'll get that, we'll get murals, we'll get boxing, whatever we can do it. That's what this guy's about. We're on a train wreck with this mayor. I pray and hope he gets voted out this time, because how many years, 8 years of hell on a train wreck with you? Corruption? Yeah, you pick your people, you put them in. So we know when the new commissioners come in, they're going to be all your little picks. They might not know anything, but they're going to be your picks, and they'll learn on the job training like everybody else you had put in there prior to. Also, you had put one of the gals on there on the planning commission. She went on a different where they go train them and all that. She wasn't even documented. She wasn't even a registered voter. That's how corrupt you are. These are the kind of things. Who does that? Cabrera does that. Who votes out jobs go away? Cabrera does that. Hillwood right here, we're going to give us $60 million. You voted that down. You know why? Because your friends didn't want it. Your people didn't want it. It's a sad day in Moreno Valley that we got a mayor. It's so crooked. It's so crooked in this city with you running it. And everybody knows it. The staff know that, they're not going to push back, Hell no. There goes their money. There goes their pay raises. There goes their pensions. So whatever you want, the king, they're going to do. You throw everything in on the agenda and, hey, we'll put it out there. Stupid things, ridiculous things, like that museum at the mall. How much are we poured into that? How much money? How many? Millions already? How much? And it's still not up and running. That's a joke, because this is all your little personal agendas. Your wraps on the boxes, utility, your whatever all over the city. These are people come on. The pay to play here. When's it going to end, Cabrera? How long have you been going on 9 years here? And there's nothing here. What have you brought here that looks nice? That's nice. It's really looking good. We're not no Eastvale, I'll tell you that. And they came in way after us. All these other little cities surrounding, they're doing a lot better. Paris too, everywhere. They got to travel everywhere to go eat something, because we only got a handful of restaurants here. Here, sit-down restaurants.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Joanne Stefan.
Flock cameras, get rid of them.
Flock-off fever is spreading across the United States. It started in Moreno Valley, brought to you by Ulysses, Mr. Police State Cabrera, who was representing Flock and representing and taking their surveillance cameras on the United States, violating our constitutional rights and encouraging other cities to do this. As the young lady mentioned, the mayor of Baltimore, also the mayor of Knox, Tennessee, Glenn Jacobs, otherwise known as the Wrestler King, has been leading the charge and running them out of his city on violation of the Constitution. The exact thing Ulysses Cabrera was trying to spread across this nation. The communist, the dictatorial, the absolute putting your thumb on everybody in Moreno Valley and everybody in this nation. That's what's sitting dead center in the city of Moreno Valley, right under that sign, "In God We Trust." For 9 years, buddy boy, you promised when you first got in, by $250,000 from Highland Fairview to that office that you started with. And you promised you would sit beside me in studio and we would debate these issues. 9 years. You've ducked it, you've run, and you've hid like the coward you are. Because you don't want to face the people. You don't want to face the debate. You don't want to put your ideas in front of anyone that could possibly criticize Ulysses Baby Jesus Cabrera. Because he came down from the heavens. This is what we're facing in Moreno Valley. This is what we're facing all across the board. You're looking at that. Why don't you make the emails I've sent publicly? Who's trying to bust the term limits? Who sat there for 6 years and didn't say a darn thing about what's going on? There's only one man sitting up there in that dais. Why don't you bring it out? Why don't you sit beside me and publicly do that? Any one of you. I challenge you. I invite you. I'm such a nice guy. God help us in Moreno Valley and the United States.
Final speaker is Joanne Stefan.
Joanne Stefan. I'm speaking for myself as a 40-year resident of Moreno Valley. How do you follow all that? I haven't been here for a while. But all I got to say is I really believe if you listen to the residents, and a lot of the residents have said that we need to revisit the flock camera issue. A lot of our personal information is being stored. It's in the news every single day. Every single day. When you open up the news, they're talking about the flock issue. They're violating people's rights. They're starting to find out now that maybe it wasn't such a good idea. It's costing us a lot of money, which we could actually use somewhere else, because I remember way back when we had, they called Eyes in the Sky itself, I think it was cost us a lot of money to put our own cameras in the air. I guess we still have those, and then we still have the flock, I don't know. And like I said, we can save a lot of money. And then we got one resident, Nikita Wilson, she's keeping track of everything. She came up here and she said so. And you know what? Somebody needs to keep track. So, this way, we get transparency there. We hear about things, and, the residents need to know. And then we have a poor lady here, because I'm just going to go down the list of everybody that was talking. To add insult to injury, she gets her home invaded in. Nobody tells her why. No search warrant. I'm going by what she said. I don't know if it's true or not. It just got worse and worse and worse. It's a miracle we didn't have the paramedics here because she just didn't look to me like she was holding up that well. Then we've got all the e-bikes and scooters. We see them everywhere, everywhere. The kids, they're not even old enough, I don't feel, to properly know the dangers of riding an e-bike. We just had a child in Elsinore, and I understand it was one of the staff members' relative. I won't say who, but it's a shame when you have an innocent child and then it's a hit and run on top of it. You know, it's a sad day when we lose a child. And so I think we need to address that issue. So we've got a lot of things we got to do besides all the other stuff that we're dealing with. And then building up lives, no matter what anybody said in the past, and I've heard a lot good and bad about everything. Julianne, I think, is doing a service for this city. She does help a lot of people. She does feed a lot of people. She gets people off the streets. She tries to make things economically comfortable for the homeless. So she is actually addressing the homeless issue that we've had, you know, and we don't have it as bad as maybe San Bernardino, but she is an asset. So you go, Julianne.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments on tonight's on items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We will go ahead and move into item J, which is the joint consent calendars, and we do have a request from Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz to pull item J9 for separate action and a vote. So we will certainly take that up first before taking up the rest of the consent calendar. Before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I ask my fellow council members, other than J9, just double check if there are any other items that you wish to move for separate action or questions. Seeing no further items, we will go ahead and take public comments. Actually, if there is a staff report, we'll go ahead and take that first for item J9, and then we'll move into public comment, and then we'll bring it back for deliberation. So at this time, for item J9, we'll go ahead and pass it over to staff for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The item before you is to approve staff's recommendation to adopt a resolution, a reimbursement resolution that would allow the city to be reimbursed for eligible costs incurred before future bonds are issued. Costs could include land acquisitions, renovations, engineering fees, and other eligible costs incurred that are designated to be funded by future bond proceeds. Staff will return to council for any future bond financing request if needed. This concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director London. We'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for any council questions. Seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and take public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. George Haig, go ahead. Mr. Haig, go ahead and unmute yourself. Press *6.
I should be unmuted, right?
We can hear you now, Mr. Haig.
I wanted to speak during the other public comments and not on the agenda. I was on my telephone and nobody reacted whatsoever. So I shifted over to this. I would rather speak on items not on the agenda, but you've moved on. So I guess I'll...
Yeah, let's pause the time just so that we can restart it. Mr. Haig, we apologize that we didn't see it on our side, but just, again, it's our first meeting doing this new virtual format, so we'll go ahead and restart the clock. I know this is kind of out of order, but we'll go ahead and give you your 3 minutes for your non-agenda public comment, sir. You can go right ahead.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the World Logistics Center has its first warehouse operational this month. Since the World Logistics Center was approved as a 40 million square foot warehouse project, they're allowed to build another 39 warehouses of 1 million square feet each, or 78 more warehouses of 500,000 square feet each, which are still very large warehouses. Remember, the World Logistics Center's own environmental report explained they will add more than 12,000 daily diesel truck trips to State Route 60 and our local roads. The city already has 5 other warehouses that have been approved but not built. The 39 from the World Logistics Center plus 5 gives us 44 warehouses that are approved and waiting to be built in our city. There are 5 others going through planning as we speak, which could also be approved. Those 5 added to the 44 would make 49 warehouses. Enough is enough. One of those 5 was going to be voted on at the Planning Commission a few days ago, but it asked for a continuance. That warehouse would have shared a property line with several homes and also needed a zone change. Why would staff recommend approval of such a warehouse when we just updated our general plan and zoning map? Why would staff or anyone add to the 44 approved and unbuilt warehouses in our city? I hope any warehouse in the future that needs a zone change or a general plan amendment would not be recommended by our planning staff and will be denied by the Planning Commission as well as you. Since you recently approved updating the general plan and zoning map, you can easily deny any of these warehouses that need a zone change or general plan amendment, even without providing any findings. I also hope you are working on allowing significantly more solar on these massive warehouses from the Moreno Valley Utility District. That the 5 of you control the actions of the Moreno Valley Utility, and it would be good to hear the maximum amount of solar allowed on large buildings like warehouses is in the process of significantly increasing. I understand September 8th, you're going to have a study session on data centers. Pennsylvania today passed a wonderful statewide law that I wish you and staff would read and incorporate it into what you do in Moreno Valley. Thank you very much for giving me this time and taking the extra effort to do so. I appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, do we have any more requests to speak on item J9?
We do, Mayor. We have Roy Blecker.
How freaking long are we going to get screwed over by this stuff? If I'm reading the report right in my conversations, are we spending $18 million for property that we could have had for free? What in the hell is going on here? Like I've said, and I put it on the record, and it has not been disputed by any one of you. You could have built this campus for $15 million at the most expensive rate, $1,000 a square foot. We had free property coming. It should be done. Half a year's of the Measure U $30 million you collected. And from 2 years ago, we should have this thing done, operational, and cops and firefighters on the ground. You're talking about what? We're not even going to get a report or an architect's deal done in 2 freaking years? This thing could get, if you're going to finance this at what, $18 million, that could cost us $50+ million. Your soft costs of $5 million indicate this is going to cost us $50 million. That could be a potential $150 million, as it was stated, that we're going to finance that too. $200 million for something that we should have had done, paid for, in cash, and operational today. Flat tell me, and all these people here and the 200,000 plus residents of Moreno Valley, California, on how in the hell we are not getting bent over the workbench so freaking hard that we're screaming in pain. You know what? The residents are hurting. We can't afford any of this crapiola anymore. We can't afford to pay 5, 10 times plus for the services that we deserve and that we paid for. And you want to make us pay for them again and again and again. And then you're going to tell us, no, we can't do it because we don't have this. And then we're going to screw you over for 200 plus million again, or whatever the number is you guys are coming up with. I put this on the record. When this stuff, surprise, like the October surprise came upon us, where's the answers? Where's the response? I want to see it on the record. If it's not, you need to explain to everyone here in the 200,000 people of Moreno Valley, why. Why is this happening? You're going to bust all of our asses with this. Talk about transparency and accountability. You wouldn't know that it was shoved up your rear end.
The next speaker is Bob Palomares.
Well, he's absolutely right. You know, you guys sold that Measure U on this campus, which we need, and the money's already rolled in. You know, where is it? You know, like Roy said, it should be operational. But you lied to the people, or somebody in the background is conniving. You know, you're going to make us pay maybe 3 times when you already had the money. You know, where's the honesty, you know, and transparency that you always talk about, all of you, especially the staff, because that's where it starts, you know. Or somebody comes up with the idea of what we can do. How can we screw them again? You know, we lied to them, they bid it, now we want them to take another bite of the apple. You know, you people need to be a little bit honest. I don't know how the hell you sleep at night. Thank you.
Mayor, that completes all the public comments for J9.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So with that, we will go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for any deliberation and a vote on item J9.
We have one more for J9, Luis Palomares.
Oh, Roy's right. I mean, how long have we been waiting for this? But look at the way you're doing it. I suggested, hey, we got land, which I believe we got land. Now we're going to pay $18 million for a plot of dirt. That's what I think I'm seeing here. And then to build it, how much is it going to cost to build it? I'm all about giving our sheriffs everything they need to do their job. But this is ridiculous. Look, when Measure M came way back in the day, 20 years ago, they were going to do all of this for our police here, safety, fire. You know, they used their money whatever which way on all their little pet projects and everything else. They squandered that money, and we're still paying a Measure M because we're paying on every utility. How much percent? On all your utilities, you're paying a tax, and that money's always coming in. But it was only going to come for a little while, but hey, it was good, so let's just keep it going. You know, and also on the Measure U, come on. You were sending out the propaganda. It's going to be for police safety. Hey, I'm all about it. We collected $30 million penny on a penny that you raised our taxes. $30 million a Measure U. Where's the $30 million at? Instead of you thinking out of the box, but you're too little, Cabrera, to think out of the box. You only think, you know, all your pet projects. You know, where's the $30 million? You know, you could have said, okay, and I even said at a few meetings, look, $30 million. 1 year we can make a state-of-the-art library. The next year, the state-of-the-art senior center. That's a joke over there. That senior center is a joke. You just put a Band-Aid on it just to give them, appease them for, like I said, you gave them a bone with no meat on it for the senior center. That's a joke. You can't even look at the people when they talk to you, huh, Cabrera? Because we're not worth the time, huh? Your time, right? So now here we go with another Measure U. Use all that money. Where's the rest? Everybody got a pay raise. I know the couple of people right here got a $100,000 pay raise in 1 year. $100,000. Who's the ones that got the $100,000 pay raise? I'm full of crap. You know, and the stipend, how much did your stipend go, Cabrera? What? It's up there close to $70,000 a year. I could be wrong. Correct me if I am, please. Okay? No? Well, give me the numbers. But when you come here or when you ask or you request anything, you can't get any information. They give you a blind eye and, you know, you go around the block 5 times. Well, you know, you've been here 9 years later and you want another turn to screw us over a little bit more? Come on. When are you going to do the right thing for our community, the staff, and the council? You know, grow up. Do what's right for us. For us. I get so sick and tired of coming here saying the same old, like a darn broken record. But here we go, 18 million, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not right. It's not right. You're all wrong. All of yous are wrong.
The next speaker for item J9 is Ismael Gonzalez.
Hello again. I would like to just support all the speakers before me on this item here. With the just limited amount of information that's on the staff report, on the agenda, it's unclear as to whether this public safety campus project is the same one that was being proposed and considered maybe a few months ago. I remember vaguely that the land was owned by Ido Benzivi, Highland Fairview, and the World Logistics Center, right? Is that the same public safety campus that was needed for the east end of Moreno Valley? If it is, I mean, this is really ridiculous how mismanaged this is, right? Just like the previous speakers have said, this has been bloated in terms of the pricing of just the land itself, not even considering the construction or the implementation of this public safety campus. I do agree that the East End does need more resources, especially considering it's a high wildfire area. We just saw that in April, 4,000 acres burned. The World Logistics Center is going to bring thousands and thousands of trucks. Just like Mr. Hague said, 41 million square feet of warehouses, more than that actually, and hundreds of metric tons of greenhouse gases. Like, of course, we need more resources to address those things because the World Logistics Center, unfortunately, has been approved. And yeah, this is like millions of dollars just bleeding out. Please do something about this. It's pretty remarkable to see thousands of flock cameras go up overnight when you can't even get a public safety campus that benefits the residents up and running with just the amount of money that was being tossed around earlier, a couple months ago. If it's for a warehouse, if it's for flock cameras, no questions asked, it's going to get put up tomorrow. But if it is, you know, involving fire safety, safety for residents, that's going to take decades and millions of dollars to be bled out by city staff and this council. It's a shame. Please get your management in order in this regard. Like I said earlier, I want the best for Moreno Valley. This is counterintuitive for us to be taxed, mismanaged, mishandled of our finances, our taxpayer money, without any sort of measurable results. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comments for J9.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers. So at this time, we'll go ahead and conclude public comment on this item, bring it back up to the dais for any council deliberation, if desired.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some clarification. This is in regards to, so I think there's some meshing of what's happening. So we had the conversation about the public safety campus, and there was the conversation about which land we were going to use. And I say this because we were going to take this way back to March 17th to be particular. And the motion failed because there were some issues with the land and where it was and who and the developer that the land was attached to. That's one. So then we came back. We tried to discuss it again with the full council here because that was the evening that I was not here because I was gone for work. And again, it failed. But we were still left in a situation where there's still a public safety campus that was needed. And it was something that the entire council agreed was needed, especially after the fire, that the East End still needed the public safety campus, which would be the a new fire station, another sheriff station, because again, our sheriffs had outgrown their station, and that's one of the issues we do have with hiring. They've outgrown the area. We also understood we needed an expansion to our animal shelter, because that was another conversation that we are constantly hitting the capacity levels at the shelter. And so this is part of that conversation of, we said we were going to use that money for a public safety campus. And so here's the thing. We didn't have land to just have the public safety campus, because if we weren't going to use the other land that was discussed in the March meetings, then guess what that means? We've got to go buy it and we've got to go acquire that land. And this was a conversation that the council all discussed, because we knew we still needed to get that public safety done. And we did that and discussed that all in here in front of everyone. And so this is part of that. I want to say we did that in either May or June. I can't off the top of my head, like land, when we had that discussion up here at the dais, but we had that discussion because it was an item that was pulled where we talked about the money and how much money it was going to be and everything, and we had this discussion. So that is what this is. That is us, because we said, yes, we knew we needed a public safety campus, and yes, we knew we need to go acquire the land. So that's what this is, and that we were using that measure money to purchase the land as part of the public safety. City manager, city attorney, is there anything that I'm leaving out? I know my timeline might be a little, because I know it was March.
I have a little question. I have a follow-up question on that. Because of the covenant on the land that we are speaking about the first time, we still get that land and we could sell that off, right?
No.
No. What happens with the covenant?
The covenant's still in place. We can negotiate to keep the land and to be able to use it in a different manner. But the issue at hand with the reason why Councilmember Bernard had explained what she had explained was the fact that currently under the covenant, the previous developer where the land was going to be would build it, and we would have to give them all of the diff credit for that particular facility. And so because that didn't move forward with council, we then moved into an alternative location, received council approval in June to move forward with the purchase of roughly 25 plus acres to be conjoined with the 7.8 acres that we already owned on the northeast corner of Redlands and Dracea. And then we closed escrow in July, and the resolution tonight basically just legally allows us to recoup any of those costs through future bond proceeds if we choose. But it gives us that ability, but we're working with bond counsel on developing the mechanism of the bond that will come back before council October 6th.
Excellent explanation, Councilmember Bernard and City Manager.
Can we explain the bond again? Because I think the other confusion is they may believe the bond is something that's going to go before the voters, it's going to be a tax upon them. So can we explain that again, please?
Yeah, so very similar to the MVU utility, or sorry, the Moreno Valley utility bond that was just approved by council. We bid that, it priced, we closed, and that particular bond is utilizing the various revenues of the utility itself. It did not go out to the voters. It's not any increase on the voters from a sales tax, property tax perspective. Especially a lot of times at that particular meeting, we were discussing Moreno Valley Unified School District and how they put bonds out there, and voter approved. They sell the bonds, and the debt service is paid through property taxes of our residents. This has nothing to do with our property tax, has nothing to do with the sales tax. This particular bond itself, if approved by council, would basically allow us to receive the bond proceeds to complete the construction for the facility. And then that would be repaid with the Measure U funds over time. And we also talked about, when the Moreno Valley Utility Bond was here before council, we talked about generational equity and so forth, so that various fund balances weren't depleted in order to maintain the reserves and the credit ratings and so forth. And so we discussed all of that, the bond mechanisms, and the reason why jurisdictions do bonds to build things. And this would, again, not go to the voters. It would not increase their property taxes or sales tax.
The other effect that this is going to have is that it's going to free up the use of the future development impact fees that would be paid for by the Aquabella project. So you can dedicate that money in the future as it's collected for future public safety needs.
Yes, so as the attorney mentioned, that there is a slew of loans and mechanisms that we're going to be bringing before council as we're working with bond council now. In October, that would basically the law enforcement, the fire developmental impact fee, the animal shelter developmental impact fee will have loan mechanisms and documents in place so that when Aquabella, the Lewis Town Center, the WLC pay hundreds of millions of dollars within DIF in the future, those would also come back to Measure U as a reimbursement in the future, so that Measure U is made whole.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add a little bit more to that, expound on the context there, Councilmember Bernard mentioned it was pulled, and that these are the reasons why I pulled it back. I think it was March, somewhere around that time. It was on consent calendar at the time, and it was kind of just flying under the radar, and so I pulled it off the agenda. And I think, as Councilmember Bernard mentioned, at that meeting there was only 4 of us. She was absent, so it ended up getting pushed to our next council meeting when we were all present, and we deliberated it and everything. And after multiple meetings, we've gotten to this point. And I guess one follow-up question would be, because one of the public speakers mentioned Measure U from a few years ago, and where did that money go and how was that spent? I know you probably don't have an itemized list in front of you, but if staff could please share, what has the council allocated and expended those funds on over the years since the measure was approved by the voters? How has the council and the city spent that money for the public?
Currently, the revenue received to date. Now, remember, just because they approved it in November of 2024, CDTFA didn't start allowing collection of the Measure U until April 1st of 2025. And CDTFA always reports and sends sales tax 1 quarter in arrears. So to date, we've received $29 million as part of the adopted budget that council approved in May of 2025. As part of that plan had a multitude of public safety aspects as well as other public safety teams through Public Works and so forth. So roughly $2 million in additional positions. That is currently active, and we have those positions now. We also had a public safety plan as part of the Measure U plan within the document that stated 18 new deputies, 6 motos, 6 community service officers, drone as first responder. It also had the 4 patrols on the fire side, which is basically a medic squad, but has the ability to hold a little bit of water for dumpster fires or small fires, and the 24 personnel, firefighter, paramedics that are needed to run those 4 apparatuses 24/7, 365. So all of that has been effectuated within the contracts that we have with Rivco Fire, CAL FIRE, and Rivco Law Enforcement through the Board of Supervisors. Those particular services and positions on the law enforcement side are being deployed, but we had to get through a significant amount of architectural design and figure out what we were going to be building as far as the public safety campus. We have that. The contracts have been recently effectuated with the Riverside County Board of Supervisors. We'll be deploying those those deputies and fire apparatuses and personnel as we are also building this particular facility. So October, we'll come back for a bond for construction. The only other item that Measure U Council has approved for Measure U use was the $5.2 million architectural design to architect and design the public safety campus, which will entail, since we're already talking about it, the administrative offices for law enforcement and for fire. It will also have the real-time information center for law enforcement. It will have the EOC for the fire side. It will also house an animal shelter. We'll get into the dimensions and so forth in October. But these are the things that were important to council as part of the plan that was approved in the adopted budget in May of 2025 as the public safety campus was in that plan. And these are the uses in which Measure U, when we polled our residents, they wanted to ensure that 911 was maintained, response times were remaining and or reduced, and that we had clean public areas, and so that's how all of this came about.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It might help some members of the public who aren't familiar with municipal bonds. A bond is basically a loan for government, and it allows us to get the necessary proceeds up front to build infrastructure or to provide services. And we secure the repayment of that bond with our future proceeds we collect through, in this case, the measure tax revenue that's going to come in. So essentially, it's getting us the proceeds up front. We don't use general fund to pay it back. We use the tax that was voted in by the voters for that purpose. So that's what the purpose of it is about. And,
Thank you.
And again, that allows us to use the development impact fees that we were otherwise going to use for other public safety purposes.
And just one other question, and then I'll come to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez has a question as well. Because maybe one or two members of the public during public comment also threw out the question of why haven't we built it if we've had the funds and all of that. And just to kind of put it into perspective, to dive into the weeds a little bit more, I know we're getting already very into the details. I believe to this day, our Public Safety Development Impact Fee Fund is still paying off this police station that you see right across from City Hall. So just to put it into perspective, because it's important that we really highlight how expensive these projects are, especially when you account for things like inflation that over the past 5+ years have gone through the roof. How much did that police station cost that we're still paying for to this day? Just to put it into perspective, how much we might be paying for this next public safety campus.
That particular financing was well in the tens of millions of dollars. You are correct. It is the police diff that is still deficient and in the repayment of the debt service and still paying off that particular facility. So this particular facility, when we get into the merits and so forth, you will understand why this facility is going to cost much more than that. But you're going to see, the residents are going to see amenities that far exceed what they had, in their mind, thought about public safety campus. This will come with an animal shelter and so forth that will give the city immense capabilities with a very large pain point of a lot of our residents. It will also house the hazmat team for the entire county. It will have a 4-bay fire station. There's going to be a lot of capabilities from a public safety perspective, and a lot of various things that we currently don't have that will impact us regionally here.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
And also to add just a little bit more, this was the best possible option on the table, because the way it was structured before, right? We would get reimbursed on a public safety campus that wasn't part of the city portfolio, and we'd get reimbursed at the 7,000th or 15,000 permit from if that ever happened. So now we have site control, and there'll be other public facilities, other amenities. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the city, and it's something that's needed as a city as a whole in the East End. And sometimes we need to have these successive discussions and deliberations meetings to get where we need to get. So that's all.
Thank you. And we are in deliberation. Are there any other comments, any other questions from the council? If not, we can go ahead and move into a motion and a second.
I'll motion to approve J9.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes. And now we will take up the rest of the consent calendar. So the entire consent calendar except for J9 that we just took action on. And so we'll go ahead and move into public comment. And again, this is public comment for all of the other items on the consent calendar. So at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Roy Bleckert.
And a friendly reminder that item J8 was pulled and removed from the consent calendar.
Good evening, community and staff and elected officials. I was trying to get another comment in for J9. I know it's been called, but Councilwoman Santa Cruz mentioned, Baca Santa Cruz mentioned covenant still exists with the Alcobella project, and also the attorney mentioned something about, is there still something there with Alcobella as far as the public safety campus is concerned. But otherwise, I was wanting to comment on J17, which was a cooperative agreement with the city of Moreno Valley and Highland Fairview. And basically, it is to ensure flood and protection from stormwater runoff of the developer's planned development. Okay, if that is the developer's planned development, what does the city have to do with anything as far as bonds? It is the city as an obligee for bonds. So I just want some clarification as far as is the city holding these bonds for the labor and the material, and if so, why? That's Highland Fairview's responsibility. Why should the city take ownership and maintenance of the project once it's done? that's one of the items on the consent calendar. Otherwise, I want to talk about the payment register. Okay, we got 13 million going to American Asphalt. American Asphalt, when is the city going to take charge of this? And, they're just bleeding money out to the repavement process. We got another $3 million to Steve Quintanilla, apart from his exuberant salary of close to $1 million. And that's just, we're only in June. So $1 million of his salary plus $3 million, plus probably another $3 or $5 million. Cart retrieval, $50,000 to this point. $100,000 a year for cart retrieval? That doesn't make sense. I have a question with Riverside County Sheriffs. $18,000 for tobacco grants. Year to date, $70 million. I don't understand that. Eastern Municipal Water, $35 million. Aren't we digging our own water? It doesn't make sense. Salvation Army, $18 million a month. We're going on $1 million a year. That should be given to nonprofits in the area like Holding the Wall, Inland Compassion, and others. It just goes on and on and on. So those are my questions, primarily.
The next two speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Roy Bleckert.
Hello again. I would like to comment on item J1, both parts. I was there at the city workshops led by the planning division, planning department regarding this specific plan 204 for the village. That's in the center of town, right there south of Sunnymead Boulevard. And it was the workshops, there was two in 1 week. The first workshop was the day after, I believe, that this body approved the 2040 general plan update. I find it very baffling and kind of like the coincidence. Right after the day you guys approved the general plan update, you guys are already quick to work at increasing the density of that already dense neighborhood. I live north of that neighborhood. I drive through it all the time. But there was an effort to increase the residential dwelling units per acre. I think it's up to R15, R20. I'm not too sure. It's been a couple months, but it's going to be really overcrowded there. I do feel for the residents of that community because they're already struggling with parking. That's one of the concerns that I brought to your planning department. I hope that you guys can implement some sort of transit, mass transit, whether that's protected bike lanes, whether that's more bus routes in that area. It's really unfortunate. That neighborhood has many flock cameras already built up, looking at every corner, but you guys want to add more people there just to be surveillance. You guys are going to add a small commercial area in the center of that neighborhood. I hope that you guys can consider incentivizing small business owners, residents preferably, to have those commercial opportunities rather than another Sprouts, another commercial company that will just extract the wealth and resources of that community. We have a Sprouts not too far away, right across the freeway. Let's make this family-owned, residential-focused. If possible, you guys are going to increase people's density there. You might as well just keep the wealth in that community, please. Regarding J17, I'm not sure why the city continues to integrate our taxpayer money and reliability with the World Logistics Center when Ido Benzivi, Highland Fairview, clearly has an endless amount of money to construct 41 million square foot warehouses. This is his land. I don't think any sort of taxpayer money should go to it. And it's ridiculous to think that the maintenance and the future operation will now be on us, the city, the taxpayers, when he obviously has.
The next speaker is Roy Bleckert.
revenue bonds just darn near bankrupted this city. Go look at the library, Nason Street Bridge. The only one I know here on the dais is Loudon. Again, you all have the opportunity. I'll put it, we'll broadcast it. Bring it. J4. We selling access to public meetings like we've done for 2 years. State of the city, it's in your minutes. I asked the city attorney again. Where are we coming up with this? Is this what this new remodel is? We're going to start selling tickets or access? J5, your junket to the Cal League of Cities. It's going to be, Saturday will be 2 years since Pete's been looking at the roots of the grass. He come up here and told you many times how your brains got sucked out for that ignoramus organization. And the last hour and a half has proved him right 111% and 2 years from the frickin' grave. When do we get for the absolute hundreds of thousands of dollars we're paying for this? When do we get a semblance? A semblance, an infinitesimal amount of competence. You know you're screwing us every which way but frickin' Sunday. And I will give it, again, everyone will broadcast it as long as you got there, as long as you got intestinal fortitude to sit beside me, we'll broadcast it to the world and let them decide. Where's your transparency, accountability, and just plain common respect for your fellow man and the residents of Moreno Valley? Me wrong. Prove me wrong. J12, your investment report, you're getting a 4% return. And again, challenge you again. Tell me how you have a structurally balanced budget. You tell me what your pension debt is. I'll tell you if you got a structurally balanced budget. And a 4% rate at CalPERS, you're going broke like nobody's business. J14 is something that we've needed a long time. You know, you almost got us threatened to run around here naked to get something, to get improvements done that the people have paid for, the infills and that in the areas. And you know what? It's surreal what you have to go for to get the benefit for this city.
The next two speakers are Carlos Cervantes, who's going to be joining us via Zoom, followed by Luis Palomares. Go ahead, Carla. You may want to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Before I start, I had a question on item J5. Is this for the cities where they're going to serve and the General Assembly?
Yes, item J5 is regarding the voting delegates for the California League of Cities 2026 annual conference.
Okay, I would like to comment on this item. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carla Cervantes. I'm speaking tonight about the choosing of the voting delegate for the League of California Cities. This position is incredibly important. The person you choose gets the city's only official vote on statewide policies. The decisions they make directly affect state funding for the local community of Moreno Valley. We need a representative who has the time and energy to fight for many main things, but better parks and green spaces. We need state funding to expand parks, plant more trees, protect the environment, and a thriving local economy. We need to protect local control so we can beautify the streets, improve infrastructure, attract high quality amenities like better restaurants and shops that many people in Moreno Valley are already saying that they would really like. This role requires a lot of hard work. The delegate must study complex state policies, debate rules in committee rooms, push for emergency funding when the city needs it. This isn't just a passive title. Please select a council member who is highly capable, dedicated, and ready to fight for a greener, more vibrant Moreno Valley. Not to say that the people who are, from what I can see on the document, being proposed won't do that. As right now, it's Mayor Cabrera and Councilmember Delgado, but maybe we can put Councilmember Bernard in that place as well, or maybe someone else that can advocate for environmental policies and something that is more balanced for the city, because definitely needs that. I just wanted to make a comment so that the people know that this is a very important position. It can create long-lasting impacts in Moreno Valley and in neighboring areas as well. It's not just a flight to somewhere to be able to talk. It's literally advocating for what's best for the city. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
All I could say about the line consent calendar, they put all this in a big bucket and we got to figure it all out. You know, this is the way they're conniving, sneaking, and crooked put it in. Because a lot of these are very important. I know they came to the council prior to this, but wow, you guys sure know how to do it. Shady Cabrera. Wow, I guess the gal said it has to be somebody that knows what the hell. Well, Cabrera, I don't know about number 5. Cabrera is, I mean, he violates the Brown Act. You know, he does all kinds of stuff. Puts people on the committees, the planning that ain't documented. What do you,
Make sure to keep it to the consent calendar, please.
You're the best guy for the job, right? Wow, really? You can't even run the city. I think you're the least for the job. So as far as that, I hope that it's not going to be you. I hope. But, well, let's see what happens here, because everybody's on the same bandwagon and everybody's, you know, stroking each other's ego and you're my friend and et cetera, et cetera. It's just politics as usual. So corrupt, so lying, so conniving, you know. And this is how you've been for the last 9 years. 9 years later, you're still doing the same thing, Cabrera. It's sad that our city's on the train wreck, on the Titanic, and we can't bear another 2 years with you on here. Thank you.
That concludes public comments on the remaining items on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And I just ask everybody to keep it respectful, please, and during public comment, you know, you have your time to speak. Now that public comment is concluded for the rest of the consent calendar, we can go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for any council questions or comments, and then we could take a vote. Are there any questions or comments?
I do. Can we, one of the residents brought up J17, well, actually a few of them, the cooperative agreement. Can we please get some clarification on that also?
Yes, council member and council. J16 and J17 are in essence almost the same things. One is with RUHS and the other is with Highland Fairview. But basically when a developer develops, there potentially are flood control basins, detention basins, and all these various drainage requirements. And what happens is the city, the developer, the Riverside County Flood Control, they all enter into these various agreements to ensure that the developer constructs it correctly. And once constructed, then the maintenance aspect of that particular facility goes to Riverside County Flood Control for anything related to county flood and flood basins. And then the drainage aspect of these particular facilities go to the maintenance of the city. So very similar to what we've done with a lot of developers. I'm not quite sure why HF was called out, because J16 is the exact same thing. But specifically, I believe J17 was calling out related bonds, and these are performance bonds in which the city attorney will go ahead and speak a little to that.
Thank you. I'm glad this issue came up because I provided a simple definition of these municipal bonds. There's a different kind of bond, and these bonds are bonds that bind the developer to do certain things. In this particular case, under these cooperative agreements, the developers have to provide a performance bond to ensure, it's like an insurance policy, to ensure that they will pay for completing the project if they don't complete the project. So we go after the bonds. We did something similar to this with respect to or interchange, the interchange issue we had. We chased the bonds, foreclosed on the bonds to get the funding necessary to complete that project. So in addition to performance bonds, we also require labor and material bonds to be placed in case any of the contractors aren't paid. So this is just a different species of bonds. Bonds that bind the developer to provide us with an insurance policy that the labor and materials will be paid for and the project will be completed on time.
And additionally, just for the record, when the city attorney mentioned one of the bridges here in Moreno Valley, that was the Merino Beach a widening project that we had, in which we had to go ahead and call in those performance bonds and go re-out to bid, and that was the delay in that particular project.
Thank you, staff. Are there any further questions or comments from the council? Okay, seeing no further questions or comments on this item, we can go ahead and entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
I second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the rest of the consent calendar except for item J9, which was taken up separately.
And
Please go ahead and vote. And
Thank
J
you.
was removed.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes with 5 yeses. This might be a good time to take just a brief 5-minute recess. If we could take a brief 5-minute break, we'll be back in just a moment. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to our city council meeting. We are back from a brief recess. We'll go ahead and pick up at item K1, and a friendly reminder that public testimony on a public hearing matter shall be limited to 3 minutes per individual and must pertain to the subject under consideration. Those wishing to testify should complete and submit a goldenrod speaker slip to the city clerk's staff. The public is now invited to speak for a total of 3 minutes for all items. We will be taking public comments in the order they are received, irrespective of the platform used, whether in person, by phone, or virtual. K1 is an ordinance adopting logistics use facilities mitigation measures negotiated with the California Attorney General's office, and we will start off with a staff report given by Community Development Director Angelica Frausto Lupo.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you is an ordinance adopting logistics use facilities mitigation measures, and presenting the item this evening is Planning Manager Sergio Madera.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The item for you this evening is a proposed ordinance that implements development and operational standards for new logistics use facilities within the city of Moreno Valley. Logistics use facilities are located within industrially zoned land in the city, and many of which have already been developed or approved or are currently under the entitlement review process. The impetus for adopting the proposed ordinance stems from the passage of AB 98 and SB 415. This legislation establishes a wide range of statewide design and building standards for logistics use facility developments, with a particular focus on mitigating impacts on sensitive receptors such as schools, hospitals, daycare centers, and residential areas. Key provisions of these standards address building design and location, parking and truck loading bays, landscape buffers, entry gates, signage, lighting, and energy efficient measures such as, but not limited to, photovoltaic systems, battery storage, and electric vehicle charging readiness. On April 21st, the City Council approved the MoVal 2040 project, which includes approving the findings of fact, mitigation monitoring reporting program, and statement of overriding considerations, the certification of the 2024 revised final program EIR for the MoVal 2040 project, approval of the 2040 general plan update and the 2040 climate action plan, and the introduction of an ordinance approving the general plan updates, associated zoning text, and zoning atlas amendments. As part of the general plan update, the city engaged in negotiations with the California Attorney General's office beginning in November 2025 regarding numerous air quality related mitigation measures that exceed the mandatory basic requirements of AB 98 and SB 415. Negotiations with the Attorney General's office concluded in April 2026, and the mitigation measures that address these topics outlined above were incorporated into the mitigation monitoring reporting program of the certified revised final program EIR for the MoVal 2040 project. In addition, staff and the Attorney General's office agreed that the mitigation measures should be codified in the context of an ordinance to avoid ambiguity regarding their application and scope under various circumstances. A draft ordinance was prepared that includes development and operational standards that exceed mandatory basic requirements of AB 98 and SB 415. At the conclusion of the April 21st, 2026 City Council meeting, Council directed staff to hold a community workshop to solicit input from residents and other stakeholders regarding the mitigation measures associated with the logistics warehouse uses. Public announcement was prepared and posted at community spaces, emailed to elected officials and interested parties, and posted on several social networking sites. Approximately 16 members of the public attended the workshop. At the workshop, the attendees were informed that their suggestions would be presented to the Planning Commission and City Council for their consideration. On June 25th, the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the City Council adopt a proposed ordinance which includes most of the revisions recommended by the workshop attendees, revisions recommended by members of the community and community action groups, additional revisions recommended by the Planning Commission. The ordinance will amend Title IX of the Moreno Valley Municipal Code by adding a new chapter titled Logistics Use Facilities Mitigation Measures. It will apply to all logistics warehouse facilities approved under the newly adopted 2024 General Plan. The proposed ordinance exceeds the requirements of AB 98 and SB 415 by requiring a minimum of 1,000-foot buffer to sensitive receptors where state law requires a minimum buffer of 900 feet. Further, the ordinance would apply to all new logistics use facilities under the MoVal 2040 General Plan, regardless of size. Whereas in state law, these standards would apply only to logistics use facilities that are 250,000 square feet or greater. Lastly, the proposed ordinance is consistent with the definitions set forth in both AB 98 and SB 415, including definition of expansion to a logistics facility. The ordinance has been evaluated pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and associated guidelines. The determination has been made that the proposed ordinance is exempt from CEQA under the CEQA guidelines section 15308 and section 15061B3. With that, staff is recommending that the council determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and recommends that the introduction of the ordinance adopting logistics use facility mitigation measures negotiated with the California Attorney General's office, and that the ordinance come forward to a subsequent city council meeting for final adoption. That concludes our presentation, and staff is available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much for that staff report. Much appreciated. We'll bring it back to the council for any council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that good presentation. Very informative, and we have been going through this for a long, long time, and I attended some of the Planning Commission meetings and the community outreach at Palm Middle School. And just to make clear that our applicants exempt from the adopted mitigation measures if they have an approved application and prior to this adoption.
Correct. There's various dates associated with all these building standards and design standards. If an application was submitted prior to October 1st, 2024, it's exempt from the bare minimum requirements of AB 98 and SB 415. If the application was submitted after April 21st, 2026, then it's subject to all of our mitigation measures set forth in our general plan update that was approved on that date.
So before April 21st, 2026, if I'm an applicant and I put my application in, it was approved, it's going through the process, before April 21, they are exempt from what we are voting on tonight.
Correct.
Doesn't mean they can't do some of the stuff, it just means it's not required.
And then there's another date. So those are the mitigation measures that are in the general plan update. There's a host of mitigation measures that are similar to these. These further enhance those mitigation measures in the general plan update. So if this is introduced tonight and adopted on September 1st, it will take effect October 1st. So by coincidence, if an application is submitted after October 1st, 2026, they have to comply with all these mitigation measures.
Now, is that in writing? Because it's almost confusing that we could say it, but I didn't see it up there, and it wasn't in his the dates weren't in his
We
presentation.
did not want to presume that the council was going to take action on a particular date.
Can we add those in there for clarity? Because we're
Yes.
going to be gone.
Yes.
Okay, we can add those dates for clarity?
Yes, if you want those effective dates added to the ordinance, we can do that.
For the second read?
Yes.
Okay.
And it will come back on consent.
On
and we'll add
September
those-
1st.
We'll add those dates.
Will
But
be-
yes, we didn't want to presume the council was going to take action on certain dates. Or even approve it.
So what it is if we approve tonight, it comes back for a second read,
But on
next meeting,
consent.
September 1st on consent, and then it would go into effect 30 days later.
Correct.
So it's like 45 days from now.
Correct. And we'll add those dates.
Thank you for your presentation, Steve. Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any further comments from the council? Seeing no further questions at this time, we can go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Evan Brook, followed by Tatiana Flores.
Hello again. I want to begin by acknowledging that the advocates, the local advocates and organizers like myself are all in agreement. I think we have a consensus that we support this mitigation measure, or this ordinance as is. A lot of us have been to many of the city-held workshops regarding this. I would say since the last, within the last year, this all kind of stemmed from a planning commission meeting back in October, November of last year. And I definitely want to give kudos to city staff, especially city attorney, and everybody who attended those workshops, especially the one in Palm Middle School. My only suggestion, and you'll probably hear this again, is our recommendation to add the definition of cubic footage to the ordinance. There's a big noticeable loophole here where this ordinance is in spirit trying to protect sensitive receptors according to SB 415 and AB 98. But if you don't include cubic footage, then a developer can technically just build up, right? Have skyscraper warehouses. How dystopian is that? Please include this for your second reading. Go ahead and approve it, adopt it, and I think Moreno Valley will be safer and more protective in the future because of it. It's an easy win for all of you. There's been a lot of good feedback put into this. I want to use the remainder of my time to acknowledge to the audience watching now why this ordinance is required. According to Region in Crisis, a research paper prepared by the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, the Sierra Club, the Robert Redford Conservancy at Fitzer College, the Inland Empire has approximately 1 billion square feet of warehouse space, with an additional 170 million square feet currently approved or pending. Of that 170 million square feet approved or pending, 25% of that is in Moreno Valley. It's all pretty much tied up in the World Logistics Center, which will be the biggest logistics center in the world. That's where it gets its name. But with that, in our backyard, we'll have 600,000 daily truck trips, about 1,000 pounds of diesel particulate matter produced every day, 100,000 pounds of nitrogen oxides produced almost every day, and over 50 million pounds of carbon dioxide produced every day.
The next three speakers are Evan Brook, followed by Tatiana Flores, followed by Roy Bleckard.
All right, community members, it is so good to see you out here tonight. Staff, it is great to see you too, especially those of you who I've seen repeatedly as we show up to the Planning Commission meetings and have attended again and again. We're here to express support for these warehouse air quality mitigation measures because there is a crisis in our region. And it is not a crisis just in Moreno Valley, it is a crisis that spreads across every area that there are warehouses into every community. We share the same air, and I am here to express my support for this ordinance, and I'm excited to know that this is happening. I'm telling other municipalities that this is going on, and they're very curious and interested in watching what you folks are doing here in this meeting and hopefully will approve in the next reading. My name is Evan Brook. I'm a PhD candidate at UCR, and my students have to walk under the highways that these truck trips go on when they come to classes. And so they breathe the particulate matter and inhale the brake dust from these trucks. And so these mitigation measures are absolutely essential, and I wanted to express my support I also want to express the importance of what my colleagues said about the definition requiring cubic footage. It is, in fact, a quite dystopian idea to think of warehouses that could be skyscrapers. We don't need them any taller, and we don't want this loophole to be included in the mitigation measures. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you adopt these measures. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Tatiana Flores, followed by Roy Bleckert, followed by Mr. George Haig.
Good evening once again. My name is Tatiana, organizer with CCAEJ, also a resident here in Mova, like I mentioned. And I guess I just wanted to start by saying, this process has been very long. It's been ongoing between, staff, the Attorney General, the environmental groups that we are a part of. And, it's been a process where we've been working together to really find mitigation measures that will improve the quality of life for residents. Residents have long carried the burdens of these warehouses, whether that be through air pollution, traffic, road infrastructure, and low-paying jobs. I remember in one of these council meetings, Louise even was talking about the 215 and the state of it, There's a lot of issues that really come with these warehouses, so these mitigation measures really aim to address some of these burdens, which is honestly the bare minimum that residents deserve. I think they deserve a lot more than some of these mitigation measures, like maybe just not approving warehouses, but at least we have this as some sort of protection. So I did want to show my support for the mitigation measures and really continue to encourage the city to actually go above and beyond. I know in the presentation we hear like you guys are doing 1,000 instead of 900, and that should be expected. So I just wanted to show my support for some of these measures, such as the buffer zones, the training and worker transit programs, as well as the abatement fund. Just want to ensure that residents do not have to pay those upfront costs for the abatement funds or like have to get reimbursed. So yeah, support these measures, protect your constituents and the residents here, especially in districts that face all these warehouse developments, District 4, District 1 and 3. So I also wanted to take some time to talk about the city of Paris as well. They're in the works of putting a warehouse tax on the ballot. And sometimes it feels like a lot of the protections that they implement are kind of leave us behind, and I think we can strive to be a lot like them. And they've been really setting an example to what like cities should be doing in order to protect the residents. And yeah, one last thing, like Ishmael mentioned in his general like public comment, I also want to see the city be great. I've been here for the majority of my life. And yeah, thanks.
The next three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by George Haig, followed by Franco Pacheco.
I will try to get back to my normal charming self. I mean, a joke about, we're all going to die with diesel smoke and that. And the bottom line of this, we all debate this stuff and everybody has their view and opinions of all this. But at the end of the day, you've got to make a decision and move on. And this is not a perfect world. You're not going to make, as much as I'd like to wave the magic wand and make that so, even as great as I can't make that happen. And none of us can. On top of that, the PhD professor that came up here, and he mentioned breathing in brake dust. Well, I have some really personal experience at that. Having a 10-inch brake rotor glowing red hot, sitting 2 inches off of your rear end, blowing brake dust off of soft pads while you're sitting in the pilot seat of a sprint car. Not only was I a child of the 60s, which you don't even know the meaning of pollution. On top of that, that should have killed me too. Yet I'm still here. So let's be realistic about this. And what we're talking, everybody has concerns, and I'm not, not necessarily, but in a humorous way, making light of it. But the point Professor Roy would make is we all got to come together, we all got to live in this world, and we all got to try and make it work the best way we can. And that's what we should do tonight. We've debated this. You've made your best shot. Now pass the ordinance and let's get on with life. Let's try to make the opportunity happen for everyone. That's what we should be working for. That's the point. We can keep beating a dead horse. I mean, George is coming up next. We went at this for decades. But I would hope at one time, before George is looking at the roots of the grass, like his fellow colleague Pete is, which is coming soon, that, at some point you just draw, you do it and move on. We've had the debate, George. We're going for it. You made your points. You got some of your blood. Our side got some of the points out. Let's get it done. I mean, I think I'm living proof that all of the scare tactics and everything that roll on are not there. So let's do what's best for everybody.
The next three speakers are George Haig, followed by Franco Pacheco, followed by Luis Palomares. Mr. Haig, go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me say up front, before I share additional thoughts, I'm in favor of the ordinance before you. I was pleased the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend you also vote in favor. At the beginning of this process, I had some concerns. The Planning Department was not being true to the Attorney General's efforts to protect Moreno Valley residents and the environment from the harmful impacts caused by the operation of logistics and warehouses. It was sad to think that the Attorney General office was more concerned about us than our own staff. But that impression changed after the Palm Middle School public meeting. I appreciate how our staff listened to the public over many months and incorporated most of those concerns and recommendations in the ordinance before you. The Attorney General gave us what they considered to be the base on which we would build more ways to protect our residents and the environment. This ordinance doesn't go beyond all areas recommended by the Attorney General's office, but it has some important improvements. The Attorney General wrote that all warehouse projects shall be located at least 1,000 feet from sensitive receptors. At least means it could be more. We are staying with 1,000 feet, which I have accepted. On page 8 of the ordinance, the definition of expansion is only defined in square footage, but I believe it would be better to also include cubic footage. Warehouses are increasing their size, and some could use their existing footprint to increase their height or cubic footage to accommodate more robotics and automation. The city may believe their current procedures will capture a 20% increase of cubic footage, but I believe it would be more straightforward to include cubic footage in the definition of expansion on page 8. This is important because a warehouse expansion of at least 20% causes different portions of this ordinance to apply to this project. Once again, I support staff's work to capture many months of public input to produce the ordinance before you, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Franco Pacheco, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Carlos Cervantes. Franco, go ahead.
My name is Franco Pacheco, and I'm calling in to support our local environmental advocates there with this ordinance. I will say that the height should be included. There should be a cap on how tall the warehouses should be. We've seen years, like decades of warehouse growth in the area, and we know all the cities are not seeing the proper benefits from them. And also, I would like to see, I want to support the ordinance, and then, sorry, I'm in a waiting room. The traffic impacts from warehouses have been devastating. There was a speaker that said his experience from the 60s, he's proof, but I see him here complaining all the time. And not one person's experience can define a whole city's experience or whole region. So please pass the ordinance and think about putting in a height restriction on how tall these warehouses can be so that we can have better mitigation. Thank you.
Palomares, followed by Carlos Cervantes. Ms. Carlos Cervantes, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to begin by recognizing, my name is Carlos Cervantes. I want to begin by recognizing the city for doing a decent job and seriously reaching out to the public and listening to residents throughout this process. That engagement has made a difference, and I appreciate the work that has gone into developing this ordinance. I want to be very clear tonight that I think this ordinance is good. I encourage the city council to approve it. I believe that it's what residents need. It's a significant accomplishment, and it should be recognized. It can become an example for other cities to use in protecting residents as well. However, there is one important issue that I believe still needs to be addressed. The cubic footage, as mentioned by previous speakers, needs to be included in this ordinance. The reason is pretty simple. We need to make sure that the ordinance protects residents based on the actual size and intensity of warehouse operations, not simply the way a developer chooses to measure or configure a building. Because developers, I can go on and on about what they are, but they are creative. They will look for ways to maximize a property's capacity, and as technology changes and advances, including the increasing use of artificial intelligence, we cannot assume that today's development strategies will be the same as tomorrow's. We need to make sure that there are no loopholes that allow a project to substantially increase its capacity, truck activity, or impacts on surrounding neighborhoods while technically staying below a square footage threshold. That is why I believe the cubic footage should be included. It would help ensure that the ordinance addresses the actual scale and potential impact of a warehouse rather than leaving an opening that could be exploited through creative design or future changes in how warehouses operate. I want to emphasize that raising this concern does not mean I oppose the ordinance. It's quite the opposite. I support the ordinance. I think it's something that the city really needs. I just believe we should continue working to make it as strong and effective as possible by including cubic footage in the language. You guys have accomplished a great deal, as mentioned by previous speaker Tatiana Flores, that the city of Paris is kind of showing up more than anywhere else in the region. I think that if you guys were to bring up something like that with the warehouse tax, you can go even further and include e-commerce into yours, which is something that they should have done. But yes, thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, since 2019, finally, 6 years later, we're doing this. I think it's came out really good, but how many times did it go back? And now we're up and running. Now, I know somebody's calling over from Riverside, one of the gals over there, but what about the Meridian? Let's worry about what's going on the Meridian. Let's do something about that, because those trucks are all over our freeway and on the 215. And Riverside should fix that city, the 215. It's bad. All those trucks are doing damage. They're not coming this way. They're going that way. Take care of your city over there. Let us worry about this. And this general plan is good. I believe it could use a few little, but for the most part, let's get it going. Let's start building. Let's get our developers ready to go because they're waiting. They're waiting for this to happen so they can know where they're at and what they got to do next. So pass it. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers as well. We will bring it back up to the dais for any council deliberation. Councilmember Bernard.
Hi. So we've heard several speakers talk about this already. Can we just add cubic footage to the definition, since that's the only thing that seems to be, and that is a concern of going upward. Can we just add that to it? It doesn't change much. It's just expanding upon it.
Okay. I have no objection to it, but just let me give you some background. So what we're talking about with respect to cubic footage, we're talking about airspace, like the volume of a cube with sides 1 foot in length. So we're talking about not square footage, cubic footage. And so the concern, and I was engaged with in extensive debate with Mr. Hague, as I usually am when I talk to him, friendly debate, and we concluded with, I have no objection to it because I don't think it's necessary, but, I have no objection to it because if you were to add that space, you would have to raise the roof or push out the walls to get that cubic footage. They would have to come back and get their plot plan amended, so they'd have to go through the process again. With that said, I have no objection to it, and I would suggest that if the council is inclined to include it, that we include a definition, and the definition should be, and this is based on my original discussions with Mr. Hague, cubic footage shall mean the volume of a cube with sides of 1 foot in length. And we should also amend the provision that speaks to the issue of expansion and expanded, and that should read, expansion and expanded means the enlargement or expansion of an existing logistics use facility by 20% or more of the existing square footage or cubic footage. That's what would be added. Office space shall not be included as part of the existing square footage or cubic footage, or in the square footage or cubic footage for the 20% enlargement or expansion threshold. So again, I have no objection. I don't think it's necessary, but if the council wants to add it, that's how I suggest we add it.
I have a question in regards to current height requirements right now.
There's a provision in the ordinance that provides that building height and massing shall not exceed the maximum height limits of the applicable industrial zoning district and all applicable airport land use compatibility and federal aviation regulations. So we added the airport land use compatibility issue because of March.
So in essence, like you said, you can add it in and it's basically just verbiage for someone to say they put it in there, or because it's not going to affect it.
Right.
It's not going to affect the building. I mean, the developer, because he can't go higher anyways.
Right, and it gives us some discretion on the height of the building. And once we have the height identified, it goes into the plot plan that's approved for the project. And they can't change that height unless they come back and get an amendment in the same manner in which it was approved in the first place, which is likely going to have to go to Planning Commission and to the City Council.
So you're saying there is limits or mitigation that says that if they expand any cubic feet, it's already included and they're just not specifically set out.
Correct. Okay. But adding cubic footage will basically be put in next to wherever we refer to square footage.
So it's implied, but it would be explicit.
Yes.
Perfect.
Close that loophole.
And so if the council votes to amend the ordinance to include, cubic footage, then on the second reading, I'll come back and highlight that. But that's exactly what it's going to read, what I just read into the record.
Yeah, I think there's consensus from all five of us to add that language, as you stated, into the ordinance. So we'll make sure to wrap that all into the motion. That's
in addition to putting the dates, the threshold
Yes.
dates.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you so much for, like, especially that Palm meeting. I had so much positive feedback after that meeting that there was a lot of confusion, a lot of questions. We had a lot of emails asking about what we were going to do with the AB 98, and that meeting was very transparent. That's what I heard from a lot of people. It was very informative, and we actually got a lot of kudos for doing the meeting, and you were the one out there, so I just really want to say thank you.
No, I got to tell you, fortunately, you have a very expert crew on your staff who was able to answer and address all those technical questions.
Exactly. So
Angelica.
you all did a great job with this, and like even the members of the audience who said that, you know, this is going to be an example of how we feel about our air quality, that we value it, and that we're making decisions that affect that in a positive manner. So thank you for all of your work with that, Angelica. Steve.
Yeah, and I'll just add on another thank you to our staff. You know, I think it's a model to try to replicate for the future, you know, to improve on it, right? There's always room for improvement, but I think this was a very good example of local government opening its doors, being very transparent, allowing the opportunity for members of the public to come out and really not only ask questions and take in the information, but get involved and be a part of the process to formulate these type of things that are so important to keeping our community safe and taking care of our air quality and all those things. So, you know, this has been a long time coming, a lot of time that's gone into this, but, you know, thank you again to all of our staff, our city attorney, city manager, all of our department heads, and especially those in planning, you know, Director Frausto-Lupo, Sean, you know, Melissa with the traffic circulation, everything, everybody that played a role in this, all the rank and file within planning as well. Thank you for being the boots out on the ground and putting all this together, and we finally are here. So fully support this with the amended language, and look forward to seeing it implemented. If there's no further questions or comments, we can go ahead and entertain a motion and a second.
Make a motion to approve the mitigation ordinance with the added language and the dates added to it.
I second that.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes with 5 yeses as well. So we'll go ahead and move into our general business items. And another friendly reminder that public comment on general business items shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Please go ahead and submit a speaker slip to the city clerk staff if you would like to speak on any of the following items, L1 or L2. So for the first one, L1, that is consider the final flag design recommended by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission, abbreviated EHPC. Yes, an exciting one. And we'll get things started with a staff report from Parks and Community Services Director Jeremy Bubnick.
Mayor, sorry for the confusion. Actually, Angelica Frausto-Lupo, Community Development Manager, will go ahead, or Director will provide the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Angelica Frausto-Lupo, Community Development Director. And so this item is an item of the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. And I do have here with me this evening Vice Chair of the Commission, who is actually prepared to do the presentation.
Vice Chair Ureña, welcome. Good evening.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Director Frausto-Lupo, thank you for that introduction. So good evening, welcome back to this session of the City Council. I am here to provide a presentation to the City Council. So on the proposed flag redesign contest. On December 3rd, 2024, the City Council authorized the HPC to proceed with a flag redesign contest between the time lengths of August 11th to October 13th, 2025. 83 residents submitted their redesigns for our flag, and our EHPC has received them, and we voted on them. And we presented the top 3 to council within the time frame of November 4th, 2025. City Council then chose the winner, being Rebecca Garcia's design, at the winter competition. And the council redirected the EHPC to go back with Ms. Garcia to provide a redesign of her initial design. On July 13th, 2026, the EHPC finally selected the final iteration of the flag. The flag redesign goal was a criteria to visualize an emblem that connects Moreno Valley's heritage with its future, strengthening civic identity, but also providing community pride and unity. The design incorporates recognizable imagery, including Box Springs Mountain, a silhouette of the mountain, the landmark M, which was designed by Moreno Valley High School graduates, the wild burros, which roam within District 2 and District 3, as well as the California poppy, our state flower, a military aircraft, a nod to March Air Reserve Base, reflecting the city's motto, "Where Dreams Soar." The design also includes the city name and uses blue, gold, red, and white color palette. And this is the design chosen by the EHPC for your consideration this evening. This was the consideration done by Ms. Rebecca Garcia. The commission went back and forth with the artists on numerous occasions to find a design most suitable to the criteria and needs, but also to the requests of members of the commission. Again, within the July period of our commission's meeting, we selected this as the final design, which is now laid before you. The EHPC's recommendation is that the council provide direction to the commission as well as to staff on the appropriate measures on whether the council will approve this design and how the council would like to move forward. For any questions or concerns, I am here as well as staff of our commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, for the presentation. And with that, if you could stick around there for us, we'll bring it back up to the council for any questions for the Vice Chair or our staff.
Have a picture of the existing flag, of our existing flag?
That was not provided in the presentation, but the picture for the existing flag is a blue background, which has our city seal directly in the center.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from the council? I guess just one. On the screen, it looks a little pixelated. I'm sure the original file probably looks crisp and clean. Would love to take a look at that at some point if you could share that with us via email or something. But other than that, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so we'll go ahead and move into public comment. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So with that, we will go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do, Mayor. The first 2 speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Roy Bleckard.
Hello again. I want to vocalize all the same concerns that I did with the Environmental Historical Preservation Board. This has been an ongoing conversation for maybe, I don't know, more than 6 months, I would say. I was maybe the only attendee to some of those board meetings. And I'm here to, again, reiterate those concerns. I'm not too sure why there was a initiative or a need for redesigning the city flag. I believe that the emblem that is behind you is perfectly historical, beautiful, and appropriate. It's found everywhere across the city, including the bridges near my district. With all due respect to the artist, I don't want to, condescend or demean anything. I do respect artists and artistry. I feel like I would consider myself one as well. But in this particular regard, I think the emblem is more appealing. It's more accurate. The silhouette of the mountain in this proposed flag redesigned flag. I don't know the artist personally, but I could probably say that it might have been generated through AI. The mountain is in one point. I don't think our mountain is shaped that way. And a big concern of mine that I've always kept hammering to this commission board is the implementation of the donkeys. The donkeys are technically not native to this region. A rancher 100 years ago lost control of those donkeys in the canyon. They started reproducing well to this environment, but they are not historically relevant to Moreno Valley, if that makes sense. They're here. We do love them. I love them. But again, this comes back to that vote that Erlen proposed. Have some historical protections to the donkeys if we're going to put on the flag. I think that's the only logical thing to do. If you're going to put on the flag, put your money where your mouth is. There are dead donkeys showing up on the street all the time. A couple months ago, there was a person maiming and killing donkeys. I've heard from sources that they caught the owners of those two dogs, but the dogs cannot shoot bows and arrows. There was 200 people that showed up to a town hall in Riverside dedicated for the donkeys. You are about to put a donkey on the flag. Again, it has no historical relevance to this area. It was a mistake that got lost control. And now we're just kind of hoping that, they reproduce out of existence. Until then, I don't think we should put any sort of...
The next speaker is Roy Bleckert.
Thank you. And if I could just ask members of the public, I hear like mumbling or speaking while folks are at the podium, just out of respect for the people that are speaking. It is pretty disruptive. If we could just let the folks that are at the podium have their 3 minutes. Just wanted to ask that from members of the public. Mr. Bellicker, go right ahead.
The people have spoken. The court of public opinion weighed in by the millions. The post your previous speaker put on that went around the world put Moreno Valley on the map. And the hundreds of renditions, which should be on the flag, and especially if you're going to do what you do, Moreno Valley, city of ass. The amount of idiocracy that goes on. What's being proposed? And if you want to do that and you look at the clown show that Moreno Valley done off of my little rendition, because you guys had us here till after midnight, doing the exact same thing you're doing today. It simplifies what you're going to do. And you know what? I believe even when we were talking before, even our esteemed city manager said, don't put a donkey on this. What are we going to do? Oh, we're going to charge. As Pete said with the other rendition of our other logo, and he said, that's the bird of opportunity flying away. We all thought that was bad enough. No, you guys are going to double down, triple down. We're never going to dig out of this hole. Heck. It took Ishmael and me. We made Gabriel a TikTok star. Most of it, as many people commented that as what's the guy with the clipboard writing it down? That's what we're famous for. I expect, and I would expect, if I was running a staff report or I was in charge, I would be telling the city council you'd have to be absolutely out of your frickin' mind to pass a flag like that. You're just going to make us laugh. You think that video made us a butt of jokes? Roll it. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're going to see. We're giving you a little intelligence test. We're going to see if you're going to pass it.
Next two speakers are Joanne Steffen, followed by Luis Palomares.
This is just my personal take on this whole flag issue. I think the one we have, we've had it for, I believe, 20 years. We used to have another one when the city first incorporated, but that flag, and like I said, this is just my personal view, it's going to make us the laughing stock. I really think so. It looks so cartoonish. The burros don't even look like burros. They look like cartoons. The seal behind us, I mean, come on. You can't beat that flag. And I don't know who came up with the idea to even want to do another one. I really don't. But seeing this that was put out here, to me, it's not going to elevate our city. It's just going to make us the laughing stock. I really think so. And like I said, that's my personal take on it. And I've got some people were chiming in on my phone, but I can't even answer it. I mean, it's ridiculous. But the one behind there, I almost didn't even think it was the flag. I thought it was our seal. I really did. Until I Googled it. Then I realized that that's our flag. So my take on it is I think we should just leave it like it is. And I know there was a competition and maybe give them something for doing their due diligence, but to change it, it just looks silly. It really does. It looks like a flag that maybe would be in a child's classroom and not behind the dais. Because this is where we do city business. And we should really not have something that looks like cartoonish, really. Because, I mean, what kind of respect will we have? We've already got a lot of issues in the city. Now we're even going for something that looks like it belongs on TV. I don't know. Sometimes I can't wrap my head around some of these things. But like I said, my phone was written off the hook when they saw that. It's crazy. I mean, I think what we got there is fine. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And it's not broken.
The next two speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Fred Benuelos.
Wow, action pack. I think this was one of either the mayor, I think, or Mr. Burro himself, Gonzalez, that don't got a voice. Anything the mayor says, he jumps and says, how high? I'll do it. Tell me how to do it. You know, this flag is, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the artist. You know, it's not her fault. This is the way Cabrera uses people, you know. We're going to do a new flag, the Urino. You know, we're going to create a new flag. I'm sure you're all on board with that. Yeah, it's a great idea, arts and all that. Come on. What we got is good right there. Leave it alone. It's not broken. Don't fix it. You know, we're already the laughing stock of the whole goddamn Inland Empire. You know, because that's what's going on in your city? That's what your mayor's doing? Really, really, really? Yeah, really, really. He's sending away billion-dollar projects. Yeah, really, really, really. That's what he's doing. We're the laughing stock. $2 million in a lawsuit? Yeah, really, really. Now we're going to look like the jackasses is the whole goddamn Inland Empire? I want to know who's the brainchild and who's the one that thought about this. And the poor staff, I don't blame, they're at your mercy. You know, here, do it, get it done. Well, look, You waste their time. This is a waste of good time here with all these petty projects. If it's not this, you can't even think out of the box, Mr. Mayor. Grow up, think out of the box. And Mr. Burro here, when the burros were getting shot at and ran over, where were you really at? You went to one meeting and that was it? I haven't heard anything else about it, but you want a flag. What a humiliation. What an insult to the burros. What is this, Jackass City? You want to put a jackass, make us look more stupid than we already look? Like I said, a lot of the stuff ain't the staff's fault. It's the mayor's fault because he always has all these little pet projects he wants. And all this little stuff, put this. Come on. Grow up. Get a life. Really bring things that we can do here, Cabrera. Instead of lawsuits and all violations of the Brown Act, etc. I can go on and on and on. Millions of dollars down the drain. And now we're going to do this donkey thing. Golly. Come on. You got to get it real. We the people, for the people, by the people. That's what we should put up there if you want to put something. In God we trust. We the people, for the people, by the people. With the mountain and Moreno Valley. That's what we need to put. So we can feel the pride in our city. We don't feel no pride here. Thank you, Mayor. I hope you lose this election.
The next speaker is Fred Benuelos. Fred, go ahead and unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Actually, I'm on Zoom, so I think it's different. But my comment's short. I'm a no on the flag. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for council deliberation. Would anyone like to make comments? Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, so I have to agree that I'm walking in the California League of Cities in a big hotel with all these cities there, and our flag is going to be that. I am not this. We actually, it's kind of our fault. We instructed them to do this. We did. But I think our intentions were good. Our intentions were, hey, go forth and conquer, because it was an idea that the EHPC thing, that the Environmental Historic Preservation Commission brought up, and we said, all right, well, let's see how it goes. So moving forward, this is the end result. I like the flag we have now. I could walk into a conference at the California League of Cities along with Roy Bleckert with me and talk to them and have our flag represent the city of Moreno Valley just the way it is. So I like the one we have, and maybe, like someone said, we can thank the EHPC and the artist, but I think that we should be a little bit more. We're the second largest city in the county, and we have to be professional, and so I like the one we have, and I can't support that one.
Are there any further comments from the council?
I concur with same with Ed and most of the public comments. I think it was a great idea. It was a fun competition. It was nice judging them, and we handed out the awards and the prizes, and I think it's time to put it to bed.
Are there any further comments from the council? Okay, seeing no further comments, I do just want to thank EHPC. I know you put a lot of time and effort into this, so thank you for working on this, staff as well. And then, of course, to the artist, if you're watching at home, thank you for submitting this. And not just the artists that made it all the way to this process or this step, but all the artists who submitted their work. I think it was 80 plus artists from its inception that participated. And I think overall, that was probably the biggest positive that came out of this. It's about giving the community an opportunity to get involved and and have their input heard here at City Hall in one way or another. And in this case, it was in the form of art. And so I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who participated. And I'll leave it at that. If there's no further comment from the council, we can go ahead and entertain a motion and a second.
If there's no motion, do we just move on?
Yes. I'm not used to being this close to you.
Sorry, so will we just move on to L2?
On the front line here.
So just move on to L2 if there's no motion, or do we have to motion to not adopt?
Yes, there should be a motion.
Motion to
There should be a
one
decision.
way or the other? Okay,
Yes.
I motion to not adopt the final flag design recommended by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes with 5 yeses. And that brings us to item L2 on the agenda, which is consideration of the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission proposed Moreno Valley Hall of Fame guidelines. And we will turn it over once again to our staff. Folks, if we could please keep it down. It's very, very disruptive. I've already asked once before. We're just trying to get through our business here. Please, if everybody could keep it down in the back, that would be greatly appreciated. We're almost at the end here, folks. So at this time, we'll turn it over to Director Angelica Frausto-Lupo for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, City Council. And so this is another item that is being presented by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission, and we do have Vice Chair Urena here to give the presentation.
Thank you, Director and Mayor and members of the City Council. Just to clarify for members of the public, it is Urena, not Marina or Moreno, just for that. This is the proposed Moreno Valley Hall of Fame guidelines as presented by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. So at the September 2nd, 2025 council meeting, the City Council directed the AHPC to develop guidelines for a potential Moreno Valley Hall of Fame. I believe the motion was created by our mayor and seconded by, at the time, Councilmember Gonzalez to create this inception. And I believe Councilwoman Santa Cruz decided to move it to our commission. Over the last year, the EHPC has developed a proposed Hall of Fame program, including eligibility requirements, selection criteria, and the criteria for removal. The proposed guidelines are organized into 13 sections for the City Council's consideration. This is not a proposal for a physical location. This is just merely guidelines for the program. The inception for the physical location or how this program is to be developed is at the direction of the City Council. The proposed guidelines sections stem from Proposal 1 to 13, from the purpose and scope to the mission statement, going down to criteria for removal, and 13 being amendments. The induction categories include civic leadership and public service, community service and volunteerism, arts, culture and entertainment, business, industry and economic development, education and youth development, public safety and military service, sports and athletics, lifetime achievement and special recognitions. And in other words, to simplify this, it would be 8 inductees per year per one category. The standards of conduct is one issue that the AHPC and city staff have worked diligently with to provide to the City Council. To include the introduction of the Hall of Fame is reserved for individuals whose achievements, character, and conduct reflect positively on the city. Nominees must demonstrate a consistent record of character, integrity, honesty, responsibility, ethical behavior. In short, we want model citizens to be a part of our Hall of Fame as we celebrate them and their contributions to our community. The evaluation will focus on documented actions and behaviors including lawful conduct, accountability, fairness, respect for others, and positive community contributions. Education, credentials, professional training may support a nomination when brought before our commission. The eligibility requirements include a time requirement. An individual proposed for the Hall of Fame must have lived or worked within the city for a minimum of 5 years. Completed body work or achievement.
Mr. Vice Chair, if you could give me 1 second.
Yes,
Ms. Palomares, I've already asked multiple times, please, if I need to ask you one more time, ma'am, I'm trying to keep it respectful for the speakers at the podium, and I'm watching you back there, so if you could please be respectful for the folks that are speaking at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. The completed body of work or achievement prior to nomination and for posthumous nominees must have been deceased for a minimum of 1 year. The minimum participation or contributions will include nominees must demonstrate or either be a meaningful impact on the city or have had a meaningful impact on our city, or achieved or exceptional significance resulting in long-term community benefit. So we are looking for those who have contributed significantly to our community. Those who are not eligible are current serving elected officials or city employees or staff directly involved within the Hall of Fame program. This is just a matter of due diligence and fairness to the nominees. The selection criteria, nominees are evaluated on 6 steps, including the impact on the city and its residents, longevity, consistency, and significance of contributions, leadership, integrity, and ethical conduct. This is a matter which staff has brought up numerous times, and we are grateful for them. Advancement of community pride or quality of life, and alignment with the mission and values of the Hall of Fame. The nomination process would be a public hearing. The EHBC would call for nominations. The submission requirements would be a completed official nomination form, a written narrative describing the qualifications and impact to Moreno Valley and its community, supporting documentation, and self-nominations will not be accepted. The administrative review, staff will review for completeness and perform a thorough background check on their credibility. The nomination duration, eligible nominations remain active for 3 years and may be reconsidered without resubmission. So going back to the previous criteria, if we have 10 submissions for sports and athletics and only 4 for public service, those 10 who have been submitted for sports and athletics will continue on for the 3 years as we are receiving nominations. The selection process would be a selection committee, the EHPC, to serve as the selection committee with city staff as administrative support. Voting, inductees will require a 2/3 majority vote of the commission. The committee may select fewer than a maximum allowed inductees. So, for example, if this Hall of Fame proposal were to go through in 2028, the EHPC may select 2 to 3 or the full slate of 8 nominations. The recommended inductees are presented to the City Council for a final confirmation. So the public hearing is held at the EHPC, and the City Council has the final say since they will be representatives of our community. Criteria for removal. This was imperative, especially when staff brought forward the information regarding the late Cesar Chavez and the allegations prompted against him. So the EHPC concluded with the criteria for removal. Any behavior deemed inappropriate by the EHPC, City Council, and city staff, false information on the application, violation of city policies and regulations, and convictions of crimes of moral turpitude, and felony charges and criminal convictions within the last 5 years that were not previously disclosed. So there will be an investigative body to ensure that all members proposed for selection to the Hall of Fame are of upstanding character. The recognition and induction, this is a mere proposal, but the City Council will have the final say. The HPC proposes that the inductees be formally recognized through a city-sponsored induction ceremony. For example, the State of the City, as could be one. Plaques, certificates, or permanent displays, that is at the discretion of the City Council. Inclusion in a digital or physical Hall of Fame, again, that is at the direction of the City Council, and the City Council may pursue any options. Administration and oversight and amendments to the program. The final proposal would be amendment number 13. The Hall of Fame program will be administered by the EHPC and other designated city staff with oversight consistent with city policies as directed by the City Council. The procedure may be reviewed periodically for effectiveness and transparency. And the EHPC proposes to have the ability to amend the guidelines as necessary or directed by the City Council or staff liaison to include the Community Development Director. Amendments shall apply prospectively. Our recommendation as the Commission as a whole, since we have voted unanimously to bring this forward to the City Council, is that the Council consider the proposed Moreno Valley Hall of Fame guidelines and criteria developed by the EHPC as directed by you, the City Council, and provide direction to the Commission and staff as appropriate. I would just like to remind the Council that we have worked diligently with our staff, community partners, as well as residents of our city to provide this to you today. And I am here for any questions, concerns of the dais, as well as members of our staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, we'll bring it back to the dais for council questions. Just one question, either for staff or Vice Chair. One of the slides, I believe it said that it would require, any nominations would require a 2/3 vote of the EHPC. But for the council, would it be just a simple majority? Just a simple majority of the council to confirm a nomination?
That's the default rule.
Very good.
And as far as the inductees, there's a maximum of 8 per year?
Yes.
But there could be 1 or nothing or 2.
Yes. So going back to the slides, there are 8 selection criterias. There can be a maximum of only 1 nomination per criteria. The HPC could vote to select the entire 8 slate, but for the example being, if there are no nominations for sports and athletics, we would defer to 7, or depending on how many nomination applications are received for the year.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any further questions at this time. Thank you once again, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. The first 2 speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Russell Schaefer.
I want to first commend the EHPC and Vice Chair for their diligent work on this. I was following along the entire process, and I completely support this. I hope you guys can definitely adopt this. I think it's going to be a great way to uplift local heroes, and I think it's also very thorough enough to vet any bad actors. I think my only concern with this, I want to honor people in our past, in our history, people who are currently alive doing great work. My only concern, and this kind of goes generally speaking for the whole city, is I hope you do not degrade their memory by using artificial intelligence. It would be horrific for someone, hypothetically speaking, Frank E. Brown, 150 years ago, maybe the founder of our city, to be resurrected by artificial intelligence and to weirdly be commemorated in that fashion. I know this is a Hall of Fame. I hope that they are given their dues and their flowers, but you know, I heard that there's a museum being opened in the Moreno Valley Mall. Maybe next month. I hope it's beautiful. I hope I could celebrate it, you know? But if there's going to be a 10-foot wall with artificial intelligence characters or people, That is going to be problematic. AI data centers, flock cameras, you heard today how unpopular they are. It's one of the most popular things in our country right now. The opposition for artificial intelligence. It's up there in the 80%. Monterey Park voted a prohibition, 88% in the primaries. Please do not do this to any person. Give them a placard, maybe an old photo, that's great, but do not ruin their memory by generating some sort of artificial intelligence. And that goes for city staff. I hope that anything that you produce, that you send out to the public, is not generated by artificial intelligence. It's quite noticeable. You guys are capable of hiring staff that are trained to design content, and you guys get paid so much money to it's like cowardly to rely on computers for just putting simple information that can be generated through hiring someone instead of computers. Please avoid this at all costs. It's only going to be problematic in the future. You are going to lay off people, artists, and it only hurts us as communities by the environment. Thank you so much.
The next three speakers are Russell Schaefer, followed by Riley Peak, followed by Luis Palomares.
Whose asinine idea was this? I mean, this is a completely waste of time. Hall of Fame. Is this past, present? People go on to other states, other countries, and stuff like that. Are these strictly for Moreno Valley residents? Stay here, past and present, or are they gone? I know people that went for 2 years in like Canyon Springs. Are they supposed to be in the Hall of Fame? Guy's gone to Toronto Raptors right now. I believe he just signed a contract. This is just stupid. This is stupid. Is there a fee to go in this place too? And where are you going to put it? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. You waste all this time on this and the submissions and stuff like that. You're going to have hundreds of thousands of people submissions because I believe everybody in Moreno Valley are a Hall of Fame person. So this is a complete waste of time. I hope you guys don't do it, which you probably will because you guys are stupid. So that's where I'm at with it. You got, man, come up with better ideas than this stuff. Throw the guy in the water boy or whatever. I don't know.
The next two speakers are Riley Peak, followed by Luis Palomares.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. Just first off, it's Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz, not Councilman. Just want to make that clear. And then just this gives a little too much broad power for the HPC having any inappropriate behavior. You could determine literally anything is inappropriate. You could have someone putting on a different pair of shoes than they usually wear is inappropriate. It's just a little too broad power. We should define what is defined as inappropriate. And it's just too costly to do background checks on everybody that's nominated. I don't know if y'all have seen, but a live scan costs like $50 now. So if we do that on 8 people, that easily adds up to $400 just for the people that we're actually putting into the Hall of Fame. If you count the people, hundreds of people that might be nominated to do a live scan on each and every single one of them and to get the paperwork in process, to actually do the fingerprinting would take labor, and overall, if we're trying to make sure that they're staying good people, to have to do constant background checks on them while they're in the Hall of Fame, that'll easily add up, and it's not something that we can just take back once it's approved or once we add them to the Hall of Fame. We have to keep on doing those background checks. And there are some things that could get sealed from a record and we won't even know about it. So doing a background check is no point because somebody could just get the court to seal it, and then it's like that never even happened, and we wouldn't know for our background check process for this. So there's just a little too much red tape going on and a little too much cost, especially for a city where we want to keep our money as much as we can. We want to have our balanced budget, so this unbalances it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Oh, wow. Here's the box. Cabrera, think out of the box. No, you can't. You're not capable of thinking out of the box. Wow, another bright idea from our mayor right here. And Mr. Burro right here, too. Right on the bandwagon along with him. I mean, I thought I was reading the Bible with all these do's and don'ts, the 10 Commandments right here. Who could even make the grade? Cabrera's, you'll leave him out of the picture real quick. He wouldn't be able to get in the race after he's out of here with, you know, the mayor's seat. You know, Jesus was an immigrant. I don't even think he can get in on this list, this pick list. Come on, Cabrera. You waste our time, our money. How much money we're going to put into this? How much time is you going to waste the staff here? You know, all your little pet projects, your P projects, your great idea project. The staff, we're paying them good money to do this, to research and to look and to find. And like one of the speakers was saying with the AI and all that, we don't know. You know, we don't know. Hall of Fame, Hall of Shame. You know, you, the mayor, have us in the Hall of Shame. Really, really, really. I guess you got to, you know, appease some of those people out there that you're giving this to and that to. Oh, let me put you in the Hall of Fame. Oh, we're going to do a Hall of Fame. Whose idea is this? Yours again? Or when you're out there lobbying and you're out there campaigning, oh, you know what? I'm going to start a Hall of Fame. You know? You want to be in the Hall of Fame? You'll be famous for wrecking the city, for leaving carnage behind when you go, for the $2 million lawsuits, etc., etc. Yeah, we're famous for a bunch of stupid crap, you know? And, you know, just like you said about the emblem right here, I got this one. Victoria Baca gave me this. That's why I wear it. Now, you want me to wear a couple of jackasses on my vest? I don't think so. I don't know if the staff wants to go like that to all cities with a couple of donkeys. Well, that's a past tense. But these are your bright ideas. Think out of the box. Do something different. Can you man up? Gonzalez, can you man up and say no to this guy sometimes? Can you do that? I don't think so. I don't think you got the backbone, the common sense. None of it. You don't possess none of it. Just like this mayor, he don't possess none of it. None of it.
Are you still talking
don't
about
get in my
the
way. I'm talking right now. Don't shut me down. I'm talking.
Fame.
So this new idea of yours again, give me a break. What else? What's next? What are you going to waste our time with? Hall of Fame, Hall of Shame. You have shamed the city. You, Mayor Cabrera, thank you for a nothing.
Our next speaker is Ms. Joanne Stephan.
Okay, these comments are my own as a resident, 40 years. I think that you guys should maybe table it and maybe see about all the kinks, because there were viable reasons that some of the speakers gave, like Riley, as to the backgrounds and things like that and the money, and you guys have to maybe just look at the whole picture and see what it's going to entail. You know, maybe it was a great idea. Maybe somebody said, well, we got a few good people here that need to be recognized. And we all understand that. Like Ishmael said, you know, we got a pioneer here that, you know, he should have been recognized maybe years ago. And the Historical Society knows about all these people that did make the city home before it was even a city. And sometimes maybe that's the type of thing we need to do, is recognize people, but we don't have to go through this huge process just to get them recognized. And sometimes people have things in their past, but yet they did great things. So why scrutinize them and keep them off a list simply because, you know, there was something there that wasn't really that big of an issue? I mean, back in the pioneer days, they came and they were rough and tumble people. They had to do a lot of things. So I don't know. I think it needs more thought to go into it before anybody just says, okay, let's do this, let's do that. I think everybody just needs to sit down, hash it out, look at it if you're going to go forward with it, and then bring it back. Because right now, everybody's heated about it. They're, you know, it's not a good discussion. I wouldn't want to be at that dinner table, because it just, everybody is very passionate when it comes to the city. And some people come out with ideas and they don't think that they're the right idea. But, I think the good intention was there. It just kind of got misconstrued.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for council deliberation. And would any council members like to make any comments?
I do. I think hearing some of the comments are exactly my thoughts. That the idea was, and I truly believe that the idea was, there were some people that left Moreno Valley that joined the NFL, the MLB, the NBA, and I truly believe that. I think when the mayor said, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I think that there should be an area in the city of Moreno Valley to honor those folks that that still come back. The football player, the basketball player, MLB. I mean, these folks. I think that was the idea. This has morphed into something that is absolutely NFL type. This is the criteria, the time it's going to take to do this. I believe that I'm looking at the criteria. A lot of these folks could be honored at the State of the City. Hey, come on up. I'm going to give you an award for your, public safety. Honor the deputy that saved someone's life that year or whatever. But I don't know if this is something that the city should adopt as far as this major Hall of Fame criteria system. I know what the intention was, because I was there when the mayor was like, man, it'd be cool to honor these folks that still come back to Moreno Valley. And I think the mayor had Kenyon at your table at the State of the City. That's a guy that comes back and gives to the city. I actually had his 3 rings on my finger at an event, and he's coming back. And I think that's what the intention was. But the criteria and these 8 per year in 10 years, we're going to have 80 people that we honored, cut up to 80 people. Is there 80 people in Moreno Valley that should be on a Hall of Fame wall? So not that you guys aren't great and we're all awesome, but I just think that it's the intention was to honor those folks that may put Moreno Valley on the map, but this, I think it just morphed into something larger. So I would support tabling it or putting it in something else, but I don't know if this is I wouldn't support what's presented tonight, that's for sure.
Are there any further comments from the council?
I guess I'm still the same. I concur with Ed, everybody's comments. I think that it has changed a lot from when we sent it down to EHPC. I think that when we have the museum up, there should be some historical preservation, but it should be about the history of Moreno Valley, not about people. It should be about the groups of people, how far we've come, but about history. But history a lot of time is framed as with one person. It's a lot of our history is framed and from a first person perspective, and throughout history is never done by one person. It's always a group of people. You have a leader who may be, the face of the movement, but it's rarely that person alone. It's a movement. It's a lot of people. And when we focus on the face of the movement, a lot of times we become disillusioned because people are people. We sin and we have shortcomings. So when you hold somebody up like that, it's just setting them up. So I think it's more important to focus on movements, focus on group of people, focus on historical events that led us to become the great city we are, but not about specific people or individual accomplishments.
I think after hearing everyone's comments and my peers here, I think I'm somewhere in between. I think we can honor people that have made an impact in our city since its foundation or since, it became Sunnymead, Edgemont, and Moreno. There's individuals and organizations that have made an impact, and they should be recognized. And they should have a space, whether in the museum or some public space where we could see them and honor them. And it's that simple. it doesn't have to be politicized and made into something it's not. And we hear that a lot, but that's why we're here, right? So I think the original intent can still be conserved, whether we table it or dial it down. I think it could still be conserved and still honor individuals, organizations, and just honor the history of our great city that we sometimes forget. We live here, we all live here, and we have to make sure that we honor our past, our present, and our future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just add, well, first just say thank you again to the EHPC staff. It was a unanimous recommendation from the EHPC. I think you have how many members? Maybe 5 members. So thank you to all the EHPC members. I see Commissioner Justin Jackson in the back of the room as well. Thank you for being here and for working on this as well. And I think, I after hearing some of the comments from my colleagues, I'm probably somewhere in the middle as well. And to kind of speak, to be fair, it's very thorough. And I think it's probably so thorough that it's a little overwhelming because it's just so much information, It's very, very detailed, and I commend you for doing that because this is great. You thought through the criteria and everything extensively, and you can tell. And now, the original idea here, when I first proposed it, was a Hall of Fame more for athletics. That was my original idea. And not to knock anything that you did, because, again, this is great. I'm just trying to figure out where the support is, so that we can pass this and then start inducting folks into the Hall of Fame. So would love to hear what my colleague from District 4 has to say as well. But I think at a minimum, I don't think we need to table it completely and just, basically kill it, because that's what would happen. If we table it, I don't know when we're ever going to see it again. I do not want that to happen. I think at a minimum, we should move forward with the athletics and the public safety and military service at a minimum. Move forward with those 2 categories, start taking in applications, and then the rest of it, maybe EHPC can take a look at it again, maybe kind of narrow it down, narrow the scope, and compact it a little bit. So certainly would be in support of moving forward at least with the athletics category and the public safety and military service category. I'll leave it at that. Are there any further comments from the council?
So as somebody that believes that you do not celebrate people, you celebrate movements because humans are flawed, and as somebody that works for a labor center and had to deal with the fallout working with my counterparts at UC Merced of everything that happened with Cesar Chavez, which, by the way, there were always things out there regarding other comments that he said, but this was a different level. I think when I look at things like Hall of Fames, it's one of the things when I do my job as a director and I'm sitting with my students and they're talking to me about the people that they uphold, I always remind them humans are flawed because they are human. They are not perfect. So you should always celebrate the movement. While I understand that everyone wants to have a recognition of some sort of a Hall of Fame, my family is from Springfield, Massachusetts. And for those of you that don't know, that is where the NBA Hall of Fame is. And in Springfield, Massachusetts, where the NBA Hall of Fame is, I had been looking and researching and seeing how they come up with it, and even the city of Riverside has a version of this. But the NBA Hall of Fame is done by coaches, sports experts, and players, and they have their own criteria, and it's not done by the city of Springfield. The Riverside version of the Hall of Fame is actually a nonprofit. So I think what we run into is, and I would like to thank EHPC for all the work that you've done, because you guys have dug deep and you've done a lot of work. I think the conversation should be if this is something that the city should be intaking, because most Hall of Fames, when I look at them, are actually done by people not connected from the city, and I say that because the city, all of these things can change because it goes to the commission and then it comes here for final approval. And I look at it like, is this something that I should be taking on? And I was looking at it and I've always kind of looked at it from that aspect, but the council had a desire to see this and move forward because we wanted to see where it was developing to, but I also wanted to know, is this something we should be taking on as a council? Because, as I say, the council, for various reasons, even though I'm looking at the criteria and the rules, for various reasons, can be like, you know what, we want to put in certain people that other people may not agree should be there. And then the council changes, and then they're like, you know what, I feel like that person can violate one of these rules. Moral turpitude is very much open for interpretation, depending on what that could be. Any behavior deemed inappropriate. So that's how I have always looked at this. That's why I was looking to see what it looked like coming out of there. Is I'm very much about being just and fair, and the rule would have to be applied to everybody equally and the same. And as this council changes, that may not be what happens. The rule may be changed where they're like, you know what, we inducted this person, but so-and-so's no longer here, and I didn't really want them there anyway, and now we're back into this. And now we're wasting time again, and going through this. So I think if it's something that really people believe should be done, it should be carried by an entity or a nonprofit that's not associated with the city. I kind of always felt like that. But I just wanted to see what would come out of it and to see how it would look and how it would move forward. And so those are my thoughts on it.
Thank you. And I think that's fair as far as, who selects it, right? To make sure that it's as neutral as possible, as little bias as possible in the process, definitely. And so, you mentioned two examples there, Springfield, which is, MBA's professional organization, been around for a long, long time. Riverside, I personally am not familiar with how Riverside does it, so definitely something that would need to be looked into. But I'm not sure if there's when it comes to cities, if there's a standard or, an example that is kind of replicated for any cities that do halls of fame. So, I mean, I understand that, and so I guess it would be a question of if that is the case, then how do we move forward and basically make sure that an independent body is the one reviewing these and making the recommendations, what that would look like. I mean, I don't know what that would look like. It wouldn't involve us. It would not be a city-led initiative. So, I mean, I just would hate to see all of this fall apart and just completely disappear, and all the work that's gone into it not see the light of day. So I would make a motion that we move forward with the categories for athletics and public safety and military service, and leave all the other categories out of it. So I would make that motion and seeking a second.
I second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
No.
Councilmember Delgado?
No.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks once again to the EHPC for your months of work that you put into this. And thank your colleagues for us as well, please. And so with that, we'll go ahead and move into item M, Regional Commission and Committee Board Reports. First, we'll go to March GPA, Councilmember Delgado.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on July 1st, 2026. The Commission approved agreements for legislative advocacy and government relations services, as well as for maintenance services associated with Green Acres community. The Commission also approved a draft exclusive negotiating agreement with the California Military Department to facilitate discussions regarding the potential future use of Parcel J2, located north of Meyer Drive and west of Riverside Drive. The sale of the property would support the expansion of the existing March Armed Forces Reserve Center Vehicle Maintenance Facility. That concludes my update of the July 1st, 2026 March Joint Powers Commission meeting. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I don't have it, but I'll read it. Do you have it?
Might be a typo. Yeah. For some reason, it says Delgado under RTA. Scratch that.
I'm that popular.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, RCHCA.
At the RCHCA Board of Directors meeting on July 9th, 2026, the board received the following reports. Single Signature Authority Report and 2026 SKR HCP Mitigation Fee Nexus Study. Additionally, staff recommendations were approved for the following. Approval of an agreement with Western Municipal Water District regarding incidental take authorization for the Stevens Kangaroo Rat for the Mills Gravity Pipeline 8 Easements Maintenance Project. Approve the agreement with Southern California Edison regarding incidental take authorization for the SKR Rat for the Albert Hill System Project. And adoption of resolution number 2026-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency adopting the 2026 SKR HCP Mitigation Fee Nexus Study and making findings pursuant to Government Code Section 66001. Next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, September 10th, 2026. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next up, I'll be providing a report for RCTC as well as RCA. For RCTC, the meeting held on August 12th. The commission approved a $2 million increase in local transportation funding for Sunlight Transit Agency to cover rising operating costs, along with 2 cooperative agreements needed to advance the State Route 91 eastbound corridor operations project into construction. The commission also awarded on-call environmental services contracts to 3 firms for right-of-way work, not to exceed $1 million, and received updates on state and federal transportation legislation, the Commission's Advanced Mitigation Program, and a presentation on the National Construction Cost Outlook. And mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. Number one, I've seen a lot of questions from members of the public about the condition of the freeways. And folks, a lot of residents believe that that's city responsibility. And just to clarify, the freeways are primarily under the jurisdiction of Caltrans here in the state of California. It's a state transportation agency. And so we are expecting Caltrans to start repavement of the 215 between the 60 freeway and the city of Paris in mid to late 2027. And so we'll make sure to continue updating you as that gets closer, as that will significantly impact traffic and commutes, et cetera. But it's long overdue, much needed. And if you do get those questions from neighbors or know anyone that's inquiring about that, please share that with them. And that'll conclude my report from RCTC's August 12th meeting. The next one is Riverside Conservation Authority for the meeting held on August 3rd. At the RCA Board of Directors meeting, the following reports were received and filed. Western Riverside County MSHCP fee collection for April and May 2026. Joint project review status, acquisition status, monthly investment reports for April and May, and a state and federal legislative update. Staff also provided a presentation on the reserve of the month. In this case, the Bishop Reserve land, over 40 acres acquired, part of the larger 272-acre contiguous conservation assemblage located adjacent to the Cleveland National Forest, western part of the city of Lake Elsinore. Board of Directors, Executive Director report, Aaron Hake, reported that they have closed on 4 properties, 394.8 acres since the last meeting in June, $19.2 million in investment. Much of this was from a state grant. And finally, closed session item number 1 approved the purchase of the Baker property. They call it the Baker property for $161,500. And item number 2 approved the purchase of the Lim property for $205,000. Excuse me. And just as another brief reminder, it's pretty complex, but RCA, if anybody wants to look into it, just helps to increase development in cities and land conservation in the process as well. So that'll conclude my report for RCA, and we'll go ahead and move to the next few reports. Next up will be Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz for WRCOG and the School District Joint Task Force.
This report is for Western Riverside Council of Governments Executive Committee meeting held on August 3rd, 2026. At the meeting, reports for fiscal department activities, committees, agency activities, and various external committees were received and filed. Additionally, the executive committee discussed the following key items. Chris Gray, the WRCOG Interim Executive Director, provided an overview of recent WRCOG accomplishments and upcoming efforts. Key accomplishments included the General Assembly was the highest attended with the highest revenue to date. WRCOG has partially completed the comprehensive update of their HR policies. They held 2 major events, including the Women's Day event and the Sustainability Summit, with over 500 attendees. Development of AB 230, which requires Caltrans to coordinate with WRCOG cities along the southern I-15 corridor to address the congestion through short-term improvements like traffic signal coordination. And WRCOG retained its first full-time lobbyist to assist with lobbying efforts. The legislative update from the lobbyists include California's $371 billion state budget maintains key reserves while adding funding for housing and homelessness, public safety, and other priority programs. WRCOG is actively supporting legislation related to regional traffic signal synchronization, wildfire resilience, financing, artificial intelligence governance, and affordable housing funding. And the next meeting will be Monday, September 14th at 2 p.m. at the Riverside County Administrative Center on Lemon Street. My next report is for the School District City Joint Task Force meeting held today, August 18th. The city agencies give their updates. The city manager's update included that we return from summer recess today, that the council will be meeting it'll be the first meeting to occur with Senate Bill 707, which outlines meeting and teleconference requirements. You witnessed that today. And that the City Council unanimously approved item L3, which was the discussion of the layered security measures to enhance safety at City Hall, which included the metal detectors installed at both the City Hall entrance and the council chambers, which the public was able to move through quickly today. The update from the police department included that the National Night Out was held on Tuesday, August 4th, was well attended and marked the 3rd annual event, and gave us a date for the upcoming annual trunk or treat that will be scheduled for Monday, October 26th on Calle San Juan de los Lagos. So you'll want to get your costumes early so that you can attend that, and that's very well attended. The Transportation Department announced that on August 10th, the Moreno Valley official website launched the e-bike safety information and promoted e-bike safety workshops, which are scheduled for Wednesday, September 16th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Conference and Recreation Center. Parks and Community Services provided the following update. The new soaring guide has been distributed. Many people should have received it in their mailbox. I know I received it yesterday. A lot of new programming are inside there, including our newest program, Little Sunshines. Little Sunshines is a program that will we'll have 2 sessions. The first will begin on Friday, September 4th. The sessions will be from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Conference Center. The fee is $32 for residents, and the aim of that is to provide some time for our resident children with disabilities. We also just launched the 2026 Bernie's Bucket List, so we encourage residents to take part, offering a fun way to explore Moreno Valley while emphasizing fitness, service, lifelong learning, public art, and Moval pride. Participants can volunteer for one activity each category by posting their photos in a single social media post with the hashtag Bernie's Bucket List. The deadline for submissions is December 30th. Our upcoming event is El Grito, scheduled for Tuesday, September 15th from 6 to 10 p.m. at the Conference and Recreation Center. It aims to unite communities in celebrating Mexico's independence, and it features cultural displays as well as live music. And finally, the Moreno Valley Museum and Art Space. The Moreno Valley Museum and Art Space partners with Lighthouse Immersive to unite the community in exploring local history, enjoying immersive art experiences, and visiting cafes, shops, and retail outlets. The soft opening is currently scheduled for Friday, September 25th. Valverde Unified School District also joined us. They are officially back in session, as well as Myrna Valley Unified. They both came back in Wednesday, so you'll see a lot more traffic in the morning and the afternoons. So please drive safely and slowly through our school zones. Valverde Unified will also be hosting a bike safety course, emphasizing on operational skills and preparing bikes for safe road use. The date of that event has not yet been announced, but keep an eye on your social media for those announcements. California State Park Lake Paris provided an update letting us know that the Lake Museum is now will be closed from January 2027 through mid-July for the renovations and the addition of new exhibits, including exhibits created by the local tribes. Myrna Valley College also attended and announced that the fall semester begins on August 24th. There are many classes available still open, and they will be having a super registration session on Saturday, as well as having counselors on campus on Sunday to help with any registrations and enrollment and preparation for the start of the term. Additional programs and opportunities like College Core, Movell Learns, and Transfer Fair were also provided during today's meeting and will be provided on Super Saturday, this coming Saturday. The County Board of Supervisors Office of Dr. Extra Gutierrez also provided a representative to inform us of upcoming events for them. They are holding free health fairs. The first was in Myrna Valley, the second was in Hemet, and the third will be in San Jacinto. But all residents within District 5, so Myrna Valley, Hemet, San Jacinto, Cabazon, Banning, and Beaumont, are able to attend any of the events. Services offered at the event include free dental services, haircuts, prescription glasses, and eye exams, as well as other essentials to help get students ready for their first day. Rising Star Business Academy attended the event and also are hosting 6 events, 3 off campus and 3 on campus. They'll be providing more details soon, and they are also expanding their culinary program for students interested in pursuing the culinary arts. Rising Stars Business Academy services students 16 to 24 who do not yet have a high school diploma. The next meeting will be scheduled for October 20th at 12 p.m. at the Myrna Valley Conference Center. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item N, Employee Association reports. Are there any employee reports? Leads us to O, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hold on, can we get the RTA report first, please?
Sorry, RTA report first.
Tonight, I'm providing updates for the Riverside Transit Agency Board of Directors meeting held on June 25th and the Administrative Operations Committee meeting held on August 5th. The Board of Directors heard a presentation on natural gas sensing and reporting study conducted by UC Riverside. The study found that shifting transportation fleets from conventional to natural gas and battery electric vehicles remains the biggest factor in regional emission reductions. We also approved moving the September 24th, 2026 Board of Directors meeting to September 17th. We also approved authorizing Riverside Transit Agency to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the City of Hemet for the development, construction, and operation of the Hemet Mobility Hub. We also approved awarding a new contract to the Facility Builders and Erectors, Inc., to provide construction services for RTA's Wentworth facility in Hemet. And at the Admin and Operations Committee, we received a presentation regarding Convo Access, which is an innovative digital interpretation tool designed to improve accessibility for transit riders who are deaf or hard of hearing. The technology allows passengers to instantly connect with a live American Sign Language interpreter by scanning a QR code with their mobile phones. It's supported by adding 7 eligible transfer applications to RTA's retired vehicle recipient waitlist and forwarded them to the full Board of Directors for consideration. The next Board of Directors meeting is scheduled for August 27th, and the next Admin and Operations Committee meeting is scheduled for September 2nd, and that concludes my last report on the Riverside Transit Agency meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll go to item O, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. In case you haven't noticed, we, in the back row here, we did change up the seat order, but you might notice that there is somebody in a new seat. So we have a new Human Resources Director, Natalie Potter, who has taken the position. I appointed her after Robert Cardenas had retired. She has a plethora of experience, degree, and certificates, and she's been with us for over 2 years, and will continue the helm and the various items and initiatives that have been put in place. But I want to welcome Natalie Potter as Human Resources Director. Thank you.
Congratulations, Natalie. Well done. And next up, we will move into City Council closing comments. We will go first to Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. As most people know, we just came back from our break, but more importantly, all of the kids are back in school. So again, please pack your patience. We have had numerous of our RSA officers out there because they are giving tickets. They gave you guys some fair warnings, so please pay attention, observe that everyone's going back to school, and pack your patience. District 4 hosted the National Night Out, and there was a very good turnout. I thank RSA and all of their staff and all of the different organizations that were out there. I really don't have much to say. It has been a long night of us getting back into the flow and the swing of things. But I will say, drink water. Cooling centers are open. We're going to be hot over the next few days. If you see somebody out there and they look like they're in distress, please call it in so that we know. As I tell people, as a former social worker, do not always assume somebody else is going to call it in when they see it. You are the someone else, because if everyone is doing that, then no one's calling it in to check on our neighbors or our friends. And for all of the teachers and all of the students, welcome back to school. I work for University of Riverside. I still have till late September, so I still have a little bit of time left. But for all of you, I'm excited to be back here and excited to get back to the work that we do here, and excited to be back with city staff who looks so excited to be with me tonight also.
Thank you. Next up, we'll go to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I always love following Shaylinda. We had a great summer. Good to see all the programs that we did, went from swimming to State of the City, National Night Out, 4th of July Parade, movie nights, and concert nights throughout the city. So all of those have come to an end, and we're back at City Hall. So ready to rock and roll. And in saying that, I also want to reiterate, please slow down. The kids are back as of last Wednesday, I believe. And we did have a meeting at the Traffic Safety Committee, our commission meeting, and they explained how they were going to patrol the schools from the sheriff's standpoint or RSO standpoint. So please slow down. Give yourself a little bit of extra time. That way you're not in a rush and getting yourselves a ticket, but more importantly, hurting the kids. So in addition to that, teachers, welcome back, and thank you for what you do with our kids. I can only imagine how it was, scrambling around the last couple of weeks with your box, going to your room, setting up your room, and would have loved to help, but I retired, so I'm not gonna. I do drive the 215. I think I told you guys before, every time I drive it, it reminds me of that guy that I almost cut off, and he was really upset with me. And then I was kind to him, and he had no choice to be kind back. He really cooled his jets once I was like, I say, hey, sorry. So my point to that is, you guys be kind to one another, and what that does, it's hard for someone to be mad at you or mean to you if you're kind to them. It really is. Try it. I mean, not that you're going to be mean, but I'm just saying, try it. It works. So we'll see you in a couple weeks. Have a great couple weeks. Enjoy the rest of the summer.
Thank you. Next up, we will go to Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you. I have a question. Our September 15th meeting is on El Grito. Do we have plans to?
We will be contacting you about that, yes. An email will go out to you shortly, probably this week, but we can't publicly mention anything until after the 9/1 meeting.
Okay. So, summer's over, like everyone said, back to school. So for the summer, I get to work 4/10s. So I get to spend some Fridays at City Hall. So I just want to say thank you so much to Chief Mack for the tour of the police station and the updates. I really enjoy our summer meeting each year. It really helps to see your day-to-day, as well as being able to go to see the new MVU building, where we'll be having an open house over there very soon. So, but it's really great to see how the renovations have come along. We just outgrew the space where we are, so to see them now in their new building was great. So it was great to see that tour, as well as thank you to Diana Rocket for the tour of the Emergency Operations Center, seeing how much preparation goes to keep us safe, what people are out there doing so that when an emergency happens that we're not the ones worrying about what are we going to do and what next. I mean, they're planning for everything. So I really appreciate that. Being able to go right along with code and see what they go through every day out on the city, trying to beautify our shopping centers, to keep our streets and on-ramps clean. Most of the freeway exits, well, I think all of the freeway exits on the 60 freeway are in District 1. So between me, code, and then calling over to the county so they can also place phone calls over to Caltrans, we're hitting them from all directions. But yes, please keep sending me the pictures of the exit at Heacock. I take a picture every day. I send it in. We're aware, but if we keep on it, it won't get so bad. I know I've traveled out of the city and seen how bad the encampments can get. And here in Moreno Valley, we're on them. We're out there offering services as quickly as we can. When I do ride-alongs, even with the police department, the police know the names of those who are on the streets. And so, there's weekly touch points, working with our nonprofits. It was really nice to also attend the State of the City this year. And we often give awards to small businesses and large businesses and other entities. And this year to give an award to our partners who are out there day in and day out, helping the most vulnerable in our community. It was nice to be able to award them and for them not only to know that we appreciate, but tangibly see that we appreciate the work that they do. What else did I do? And our summer movie and concert series was a great success. It's really great to be able to be in community here, and I'm really looking forward to our next event, which is El Grito, my favorite event of the year. So with that, I will see you in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to be back. Again, thank you, staff, for everything you did over the summer. I know it seemed, at least for me, that it didn't stop. So it was a lot of work and a lot of activities from State of the City, July 4th, and various city activities. Definitely, there's a lot of children in the streets, so please be cognizant of that. I know there's been a lot of accidents, especially with e-bikes and other modes of transportation. So please be careful out there. And just want to say that looking forward to the rest of the what's remaining of the summer and the fall, and look forward to all the new projects. Excited for our museum that is a reality, and we will be there sooner than later, and excited when that comes to fruition and we're there in its grand opening. So with that, we'll see each other in El Grito and to celebrate our Mexican heritage. So thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues. And for my closing comments, it was a busy summer. It is recess, but we are moving and grooving, staying busy in the heat. And a couple of the events that I was able to attend, National Night Out, was able to go out there. My kids had a really, really fun time with those jumpers. So very well done there, Chief. Everybody had a blast there. A lot of vendors and a really, really good turnout. The State of the City. We also have that over at the Conference and Rec Center. Very successful. Another successful State of the City there. And just appreciate everybody that put that together. Media team. I know you guys are literally behind the wall back there. But want to give you guys your kudos because you always make it super easy on us and really put on a really good show. So thank you to all the media team. Appreciate all of your hard work and, of course, all of the staff that put that together. Also had the opportunity to attend a ribbon cutting for Vista Lomas Playground. That's a park, Vista Lomas Park on Iris. It is between Nason and LaSalle. It's on the north side of Iris, and had an opportunity to go there. Was joined by some Girl Scouts from a local troop there, and also Commissioners Nikita Wilson from District 4 and Commissioner Dr. Liza Arellano from District 2 were in attendance as well. So that was a really, really nice time, and another really beautiful playground so that our community can enjoy and use. And there's a lot more coming. So look forward to continuing to upgrade our local parks. Also was able to participate in the 4th annual backpack giveaway over at the Moreno Valley Mall. This is in conjunction with Cuba Brown from Family is All That Matters. The acronym is FAEDM. His nonprofit, and Miss Kimberly Taylor, who's very well known by so many in Moreno Valley, from the Moreno Valley Unified School District. She and her nonprofit, Kim's Kids Youth Mentorship Services. So the three of us 4 years ago had an idea. We need to do something for back to school. Started a backpack giveaway. 4 years later, we're going strong. We were able to distribute over 1,500 backpacks this year. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our vendors, all of our partners, Valverde Unified, Moreno Valley Unified. Supervisor Gutierrez was there. Assemblymember Dr. Corey Jackson, and so many other vendors that were there as well. Thank you for making that event such a success and for handing out resources, pencils, notebooks, all those things, the school supplies, so that our kids can go back to school in full strength. And then I'll mention as well a second backpack giveaway that I went to that same day. Just left for a little bit to go to Worship Life Church over on Eucalyptus and Paris for their backpack giveaway. That was in conjunction with TG4 Foundation. That's the Thomas Graham Foundation. It's Thomas Graham Jr. He's also a former NFL football player. He played for the Ravens for a little while, and he and his mom started a nonprofit. They came back and they had a backpack giveaway that same day. He was giving out Jordan backpacks, and he went from his event and still had some leftover backpacks and brought them, surprised us at the mall. And we literally put those maybe a dozen Jordan backpacks down on the table, and they were gone. You turned your head, you looked back, and they were gone, and you couldn't even tell who picked them up. They were that fast. So thank you to Thomas Graham Jr. and his mother and Worship Life Church for making that happen. And that'll conclude my comments for tonight. Excited to be back. New, refreshed council chamber, and hope everybody had a very nice, safe summer. It is still a little bit more heat to go here, and we will make sure to keep those cooling centers open and provide those resources where we can for this heat. And the days are getting shorter, so the fall will be here before we know it. But I hope everybody's doing well and back to school and getting back into the regular rhythm of things. So that'll conclude my comments for tonight. And next up, we will go to move toward adjournment, but we do have something to announce before that. Actually, queue for future agenda items. Are there any requests from the council? Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and move, public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak? A reminder, this is going to be 1 minute public comment.
We do. Luis Palomares.
Wow, an action-packed meeting today. Okay, can we put on a future agenda so we don't waste so much staff's time that our mayor, Ulysses Cabrera, with all his little pet projects and his dream projects, wastes a lot of time. Look at how much time it took today on these projects that he wants. So is there any way, or they got to vote so it won't happen if it goes for a vote here? Probably not. And yeah, it's just a lot of staff's time, a lot of waste, a lot of things that we can be doing, a lot of things you, Mayor, could be doing. Maybe get on that freeway deal over there on the 215.
Are we still talking about future agenda items?
Yeah, we're talking of future agenda items. So why don't we vote today to do that? Because I even think even the council gets tired. Staff council, the room gets tired. Okay, and on another note, let's talk about veterans. My dad was a veteran, okay? He went to the Army, 18 years old. He would have been 100. Tomorrow's his birthday. He would be 100 years old. So I want to say a shout out to a veteran.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And next up, we will go ahead and move into adjournment, but we do have a request, actually from a member of the public and then via Councilmember Delgado here, to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the 13 U.S. service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate in Kabul, Afghanistan on August 26, 2021. While helping evacuate Americans and civilians, these 11 Marines, 1 Navy hospitalman, and 1 Army Staff Sergeant made the ultimate sacrifice. The 13 names are as follows: Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, Sergeant Johanny Rosario Pichardo, Sergeant Nicole L. Gee, Corporal Hunter Lopez, Corporal Dagan W. Page, Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, Lance Corporal David L. Espinosa, Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, Lance Corporal Riley J. McCollum, Lance Corporal Dylan R. Merola, Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nikui, Hospitalman Maxton W. Soviak, and Staff Sergeant Ryan C. Naus. Please join me in a moment of silence in honor of their service and their sacrifice. Thank you. May their names and sacrifices never be forgotten and forever remembered. This meeting is now adjourned at 10:13 p.m. Have a good night.